And we're back with episode 4 of Temp Health. So glad that you could join us. If you want to recap, go to YouTube, watch our VODs. You're not getting one here. Anyway.
Wow. Incredible.
To dive right in, we'll start with a lore bit to bring you in to the session and bring you in to Vilesia. A core part of Vilesia and keeping it safe in this lower fantasy, low magic, sort of low brain world is something called the Mist, which locks away hidden, overpowering, world-ending things, nightmares to the average person. And to many people, they have no idea it's there. Unfortunately, for our merry band, they're about to encounter it right now. As you guys walk over the broken skeletons and begin to recuperate your breath in the midst of this skeletal tomb made out of magical bone, you see Soleil be engulfed by a fog and whisked away as the skeletons compress into dust and seemingly swallow him. As it doesn't seem like there's any pain in this process, but at the same time, you could tell he doesn't know what's going on as he looks about, very panicked. And before he can say anything, he is gone.
What the fuck was that?
Yeah, run away from that.
Does it continue down, like, through the hallway?
No, the mist, so it goes up, it goes around Soleil, and then it drops down, as if, like, biting onto him and forcing him into the floor.
I see that as a time to get away from Soleil.
Yeah.
I'll scamper.
I'll look around. Is there any other, like, collection of that dust, or does it just seem to stay right there?
It seemed like the bones broke into this mist and then wrapped around him. So go ahead and roll an insight on whether or not there would be more.
Can I roll an Arcana on it?
Go for it.
13 for insight.
13. You know that this probably won't happen every time, considering how much you know about necromancy period, being a scroll salesman. You've seen it all. And this type of magic you know can't be frequent. And what did you get on Arcana?
Total 20.
Total 20. Okay. You can tell this is not a spell, and based on how the skeletons are acting and how their gear is still there, you can tell it's not from the skeletons.
It's a third party. I don't think that was... I know it sounds obvious, but I don't think that was supposed to happen.
No, I don't think it'll happen again. At least not anytime soon. I think we're relatively safe.
He could be in here. We should still look for him. However, I don't think we should be too worried. It wasn't caused by the bones itself. We know that much.
I don't think so either. Are we okay with continuing without him? The hopes of finding him?
I would hate to not look for him at the least. However, there are newfound dangers. And are you okay?
Just kind of take out my cane and tap the ground where he disappeared from.
As you move, you feel like you're moving in echoes. You see yourself moving, and you picture it, but it's like your whole body's a half beat behind you. Majorly disoriented, you feel as if something's up with Owen, as if reacting to this mist.
I see. Well, it didn't look like the scary mist hurt him. It just kind of grabbed him and sunk him into the stones. I'm okay with going away from here, at the very least.
Question is, do we want to go deeper or leave?
You are the most hurt.
I mean, before he turned into mist, he did heal my wounds very well. I don't believe I'm much to be injured at all.
We might not be able to find him, period.
No?
So, it's up to you.
We have an objective. We should complete it. And hopefully knock out 2 birds with 1 stone in the process.
Okay. Just now we know what's in front of us. That's all that matters.
In the future, I do think it would be a good decision to just go ahead and fight the monsters rather than let them surprise us if we see any more monsters.
True.
At the very least, maybe we could surprise them, you know.
That's what they should.
I agree. I just don't. I don't think we should. I think we should pick our battles wisely. Is what I think. Even if we get the jump on some of these, they are relatively strong. And so are we, when we stick together, but we don't know what else lies. This could be cannon fodder, or people who have died in here before. So, who wants to go first?
Oh, I will. It's gonna move on, and I'll turn around and head in the direction that the skeletons came from.
Okay. For the viewer at home, I know I do this every episode, but we have a TV table. You could check our Instagram for a example of that unfortunately we cannot show right now. So whenever they describe a direction, just know that it's showing up on the TV table, and I'll do my best to describe every part of that.
I actually just remembered. Are all of the skeletons dissipated, or was the white one that we fought initially, is it still there?
Down the hall, you see that the white one is gone.
Is the mace or any of the other equipment that I had on him
Yes.
there? I wanted to check inside the nearest coffin to us.
Okay, so this one right in between the torches.
Yes.
So as you go to the end of this hallway, that branches off in an L to the left, you see this smaller, stouter coffin, and you could tell that it's not built for a conventional human. Do you open it up?
I'll just kind of, I'll open it up, but I'll just barely peek in.
Okay, roll a perception.
Natural 20.
Natural 20. So, as you dip in, your eyes adjust to the darkness just long enough for you to see what's happening and close it. As you peek in, you can see the rest of this mist bubbling underneath of this skeleton. It's not generated by it, but you can instead see the bones almost rotting into whatever this is. Otherwise, it's wearing normal dwarven garb with the puffs and the belts around most bending joint areas.
So it seems to me, as I kind of close it down, that this mist is eating the skeletons' bodies. That's what's happening inside here.
What do you mean by eating?
It's like a bubbling pit of mist that's consuming the bones of the skeletons. That's what I would assume.
So is Soleil alive?
I mean, maybe the mist just sent him somewhere.
So where's it sending the bones?
The magics of the undead can be very confusing. Maybe there is a lower level and he just went downstairs. So if we find a set of stairs, that could
agree. He may be downstairs. If we had more time, well, if we weren't pressured for it, maybe we could find answers within the book. Within Skeleton's Bloom.
I don't know if reading it is the wisest in here.
No, not allowed. But we don't have time. And our only option is to move on.
Well, we were speaking of not getting surprised again, so let's move.
Agreed.
I think you have the best eyesight. How about you lead the way?
I'm okay.
As am I.
I said I would lead.
Oh,
Okay.
And I will, as quietly as I can, move forward.
I will try to be the one in the middle.
Okay. So you meet this inner pass you're definitely in the back. As you meet this inner pass, you can see two coffins to your left, smaller than the one in between the braziers, but not by much. You can see this path continue to lead down, while also branching off to the right. Which way do you go?
I'm just gonna look down this immediate path here.
Okay.
The first one there.
Go ahead and roll a perception.
11.
11. Okay. So I will show you a little bit more. As you eke your head forward and peek, you can see a opened coffin with two very alarmingly alive plants stuffed into pots. Ornate, not ceramic, but instead bronzed pots. With the soil fertile and looking new.
And the other path?
The other path doesn't seem to contain much, as it's just another open coffin leading to a very similar avenue with a closed coffin instead.
Does it seem, does that path seem to be a dead end? Can I see
Yes.
from here?
As you can see the wall behind it with the two bronze pots ordaining and ornamenting the end cap of this. You can see small ribbons around the coffin at the end.
I'll move down the first path.
Okay. Is that straight or to the right?
Straight.
Okay.
Yeah, I assume we're all super sticking with it.
Yes. Tell me when to stop.
Nope.
Okay. So, the trio meets a T intersection, leading to both the left and the right.
when I kind of walk into the room with the pot of plants. Do you think that we just killed the gardeners? Like, are there going to be actual guards coming soon?
When they attacked us. Possibly.
I just don't think it's much of a warrior's job to keep track of the plants.
Well, if those were the plant keepers, I'd hate to see the real warriors. If that's your point.
Which is why we should probably be as quiet as we can as we move through these common hallways. Keep your eyes open for traps, by the way. You don't want to repeat of the first time. And I'll just, without stepping into the T intersection, I'll just peek around.
Okay. Roll me another perception.
Try to look both ways. 14.
14. To the left, you can see that is also a dead end. As you're led down, you can see it ends in a different statue than what you've seen at the entrance. This one seems to be this very proper figure, as the dwarf stands upright, hand on his chest, right by his diaphragm, and it is tucked into his robes. It doesn't seem like he's holding anything, however, as the top of his head is bald, and the rest is this braided down beard. Then to the right path, you can see this one continues on, as you're able to catch the glimmer of what looks like could be some treasure.
Is there anything I should have Owen go and look at?
It's a good idea. Send him down the right pathway. I see there's some sort of glimmer up ahead. See if he can identify what it is.
Alright. And as I kind of morph into Owen's eyes, I'll ask him politely to move down the corridor
Okay.
to the right.
You can see your little weasel maneuver against the right wall as he just snakes his way in between the stones, looking down to another room ordained with brass pots. You can see what looks to be a scroll and about 10 gold coins almost nesting around it.
I'll have him pick up the scroll if
Okay.
it's not too heavy and bring it back.
You can see him gently place it in between his jaws and then run back, giving you the scroll.
He kind of makes his way past you guys as I reach down and grab the scroll from him. And I'll open it and read the contents.
Roll an Arcana.
Was that all that was there?
Oh no, there was a big pile of gold in another coffin with pots around it. 16.
I looked down the other.
What languages do you know?
I know Akash, South, Central, Northwest, and Fey speech.
Okay. So while you cannot read the writing, you don't know what this spell is called. It looks like the spell is centered around manifesting some sort of illusion, like bringing a place forward. From what you can tell from the symbols, it looks to be some sort of tune and attracting people to it.
Interesting. Mr. Gentleman, do you know what this says?
Do I?
You don't know. What languages do you know?
I know Dreamspeak, Sylvan, Akash, Sarogi, Thrawn, Primordial, Celestial, Abyssal, Catspeak, and Gondan.
Okay, so you don't know the language, so you also can't read what's on it. However, you recognize the formulas and the math behind it as Allure of the Grave. The scroll you just read. Or not the scroll, but the spell that you just read.
Okay. And it's a spell scroll?
It's a spell scroll, yes.
I can't read it, but it has a similar pattern to the spell that I transcribed from Skeleton's Bloom.
Oh.
Looks to be the same spell. Although, can you read it?
If you can't, I doubt I can. Akash, Throne, Abyssal, Infernal, and Gargoyle.
Whoa, you can't read it.
In the meantime, as everyone's looking over the paper, I'm going to have Owen go back and grab gold pieces one by one.
Okay.
I will flip it over. Now,
Can I at least identify what language it uses?
Roll a history.
Does it look like Dwarven? 'Cause that's my assumption.
I can see it.
13.
13. You figure that your assumption's probably correct based on its runes almost matching the type of runes that you're seeing all throughout this place. Okay, what do you guys do?
Did Owen see if that hallway was a dead end, or did it go on?
Oh, it didn't seem like there was anything else going on. As I pick up the last gold piece and place it in my pouch.
He did see that it was not a dead end.
Oh, it was not a bit.
Okay.
So it did look like there was something extra over there.
I have a feeling you're trying to gauge how large this place is. However, I do think scouting might be more beneficial. I think we should go back, sweep that hallway, come back here and investigate as we may. I know it'll be more tedious, but I'd hate to get flanked or even trapped in here.
I'm worried about traps. They're definitely going to be the end of us if there are any more of them. And we don't notice them right away. And neither Owen or Asa are heavy enough to trigger any of them. Unless they're tripwired.
We could always throw the pots on the ground. Normally don't like to disrespect the dead, but it's an option.
I'm gonna
Could.
They're nice and heavy.
just gonna touch one of the leaves.
Your little leaves?
The little leaves.
Oh, okay.
Just gonna.
They feel foreign. It's definitely a plant.
It's from Lowe's.
However, it's plastic.
I prefer Menards.
And as you run your fingers down it, you can tell that it's no fern from here. As it's more glossy and slick than the more textured ferns around.
I'll just Arcana it.
Go for it.
Why not? Nah. 7.
It's a plant.
It is.
It is a plant.
I'm gonna grab one of the leaves and pull it off.
You can see that it's a large, fluffy leaf, about the size of my arm, as it arcs over.
Oh.
I'll like rip off like a section of it as big as like my palm,
Okay.
and then give it to Owen to eat.
He seems fine as he just chews on it.
Okay.
Amazing.
Should he get poisoned, I can just swim it again.
That's actually very helpful. Yes. It doesn't seem to be from here.
Oh, I've never seen anything like it.
Also, no offense to you, but even though I am a little old, I might be a little quicker. And if anything jumps out at me, such as traps, maybe I should take the lead. As long as there's no monsters, I don't think I might.
Oh no, if you volunteer, go right ahead. I think for now, our best bet is maybe to get at least the layout of this place.
That is true.
So we'll stay here behind this coffin, and I'll move back into that corner there.
Okay.
And then I'll let Aster fly off down the corridor, and then just and watch him as he just so that we can try and map out in our minds, or
Okay.
at least in my mind.
So, do you go down the left path, the dead end, or do you go down the right?
I'll go down the left one first, since I haven't gone there, knowing that it is a dead end, just to see if there's anything around the corners.
You can't really pick up anything. What you do pick up is that these coffins seem to be average sized, at least in comparison to the rest of the other coffins. And you can see that the remains inside of them are not stirring. They seem to be dead as a doornail.
But they're there. There
Yes.
are bones in there.
You do catch a different type of garb. Instead of the puff with these cloth bands around them that are fairly bright. Usually the bands are yellow, and then it's accented by blues on the puffs or reds or greens. Instead, you see what looks to be these divides around them with a puff in the middle as the bands cross around and make a harness across the torso that look like the shape of a V.
Okay. I'll have him continue down the right path.
Okay, you see that this path goes on a little longer. As you arch and turn around a corner, you can see this statue to be what looks like to be a woman dwarf, as she's wearing that V harness and has a sword placed firmly in both of her palms facing down, as the gown, instead of cutting off at what would be the mid of the thigh, goes down to the mid of the shins, as it then arches and puffs around. And you can see her actually wearing a helmet as well, as it flutes forward.
Is it a rock?
Yes. It is a piece of debris that has fallen from the ceiling. And as you look up, you can see a little bit of sunlight drop through.
Oh.
As you go forward, you can see that you have reached another square room with another coffin. The inside of it, if you fly by it, fly over it, you can see more remains on the inside, but they're very hollowed, almost like it's only the garment, as it's caved in. And as you turn to the right, you can see an alarming amount of coffins and undead,
All right.
as there seem to be a lot more. Do you let Aster continue?
I'll have Aster stay before he'll stay in the square room, just kind of looking down there.
Okay.
And I'll say to them, there's a couple more, three more skeletons, a ways down. Do they pay attention to Aster at all?
You can see that they look at the flicker of Aster's wings, but instead of appearing hostile in any way, they simply place one hand on their sword hip,
Okay.
and then another at their side as they look up and just watch. As these skeletons look way more equipped, as they have bandoliers crossing over one shoulder, and the rest is the same sort of dwarvish garb, but instead of it being puffs, they're sleeker and more compressed, with what you can tell to be a scimitar and a very intricate design on circle shields. Each individual one is completely different, almost like crests, with an emblem in the middle almost being like a house crest.
I'll have Aster go down the other path.
Okay. So the path center from the smaller coffin room contains stairs that square off and then wrap back around down to what could only be a lower level.
I'll have Aster sit on the top of the stairs as they turn around and start heading down, but I won't have him go all the way down. Is there like a door at the bottom?
Okay.
Or are they just open? So right here.
So this is the coolest part of the software. Boop. And as he looks down, he can see a smaller room with two flaming braziers
Oh, that's epic.
lighting the way.
The basement.
No basement.
It is not a dead end as well.
Yeah.
However, it's too dark and Aster can't see past that point.
Yeah, Aster will keep going.
So the skeletons are optional.
They are.
Let's keep it that way.
Yeah, Aster will go right into the center of that, where
Okay.
the light of the braziers cuts off, just in the hopes that that the brazier light isn't blinding her.
Roll a perception for me.
You tell us that there are more skeletons, right?
Yeah.
I said.
15.
15. Okay.
When he says that, I'm going to begin ritual casting and just turn Owen into a specter.
Okay.
Just as I did before.
You're able to see a single skeleton standing in the middle, and what looks to be the silhouette of another behind it, a little bit further down. And as you begin to cast this ritual and let your hands flicker and flutter, you can see Owen start to peel away. And the Owen you know start to rise from it.
I don't think you've seen me do this before. He's not dying. The weasel isn't Owen's true form.
So what is he?
Oh,
There's another skeleton in the basement.
Is there anything else in there?
Maybe two.
What's around them? What are they doing?
I'll have.
As you flick
I
back to
can't hear
as you flick back to Astor's side, yeah, his eyes and ears are in the bird.
Gotcha.
So you're talking to literally the wall.
Yeah, which is
Okay.
why I just randomly interrupted.
well, he can't hear us when he's doing that. He can only hear what the bird hears and see what the bird sees. But the birds can't talk. So he could just interrupt me at any moment, really.
Fantastic. So we wait.
Yes. But it looks like there's lots of skeletons, so we'll need Owen.
I'll have Aster try to perceive further down, see if he can see the second
I'm
skeleton.
afraid he can't.
As in kind of ritual casting, my fingers like extend forward and pull apart, and you can see my skin grow like gaunt against them, and Owen's body begins to like fall and become colorless and decay into a pile of bones that dust into nothing, and then just look at he's gone.
I'll have Aster begin his trek back,
Okay.
and he'll stop in that square when we initially saw the next set of three skeletons.
Okay, so you'll have him start. You'll have him start right past the coffin,
So I'll
Yep.
go there.
the broken coffin with the dilapidated clothes. Okay. So we'll cut back to you guys as you stop possessing Aster.
Okay.
Right as you return, you see Owen's body fade to dust.
How long does that last?
Oh, it lasts a couple hours, about as long as Asta does.
Well, I mean, Aster will last until he dies.
Well, the reason Owen left this film is because I died for a little bit. Almost dying.
Okay.
So, skeletons.
Yes,
What
three
are they
of them.
doing?
They're just standing there. The first set of three reacted to Aster a little bit. They looked more equipped. They had shields.
Did they look very hostile? Like, did they try and attack your bird?
Not yet.
Well,
Go back into Aster, make sure they haven't moved.
oh, there it goes.
Let's cut back. As you begin to possess Aster again, you can see that the skeletons have just sort of shantied over, sauntered just a little bit,
Okay.
What is that?
less out of curiosity, and you can tell it's more of just a gaze as they rock back and forth. They are rather short and stout. They look to be about 4.5 feet tall.
Okay.
I'll have Spectoid or Owen travel down the other pathway that we haven't ventured down yet.
Do you mean back the way you came?
Yes, the branching T-hallway that we passed.
At the very beginning.
No, right, just slightly behind where we are right now. I think it was a dead end, I think.
Yeah, right down here is
Yes,
the
I
dead.
just wanted to look inside the coffin if we can.
Okay. As he lifts it up and over, you can see what looks to be the harness garment that I was describing to him, but way more ornate, as it has, instead of it usually being yellow, it is black with filigree around it, making almost this Greek sort of design on the outskirts in what look to be the same runes that make up the rest of this tomb.
Does the corpse begin to move at all?
No.
I'll have Owen pick its nose as well.
As you do, you can feel what seems to be a rock on the inside.
In that case, I'll walk over.
Okay.
I believe there's something interesting in this corpse over here.
Okay. He's gone.
What do you do?
I'll pick up the head.
Okay.
And
As you hear it.
and it get stuck. And then I'll flip it over and look into the bottom of it.
You can see this pink gem, round, and you can see it protrude out into these hard angles.
Hey, Mobius! I kind of whisper down the hallway.
Down the entire hall.
It's not that long of a hallway. It's only like 40 feet.
No, I. What?
Do you mind if I make a large crashing sound?
A little.
I need to break this skull.
What? Can't. I go to him.
As you walk down the hallway, you can see me picking up the clothes off the skeleton and attempting to place it on Owen.
Why would see that it is unsuccessful as you put it around the apparition's body and it just back onto the floor.
I'll actually kind of like slowly let it fall through his body and then just kind of set it on the ground and it doesn't rest on his shoulders.
That's not loud at all.
Oh no, dish! And I show you the bottom of the skull.
Whoa! Is that?
I think we need to break this.
Just match the description of the crystal?
Roll an insight.
I think it's the crystal we need, but we need to break the skull so we can get the crystal.
Where's inside? Oh wow. 21.
Bless you.
Okay. So,
Some lore.
as you take your long brachial fingers and arc them through and examine it while also looking at the skull, you can see that you can only guess that it is.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
You figure,
Yeah.
I mean, pink crystal.
Yeah.
It's a pink crystal.
I didn't think it'd be as big as a head.
It's not as big as the brain. It's like an eyeball.
Oh. Okay, sorry.
But
yeah, I
you
thought-
still can't take it out of it because of the spinal connection. It's still kind of difficult to take it out of the skull cap.
Why don't you eat his brain?
I was go.
Well, there's not much brain left, but maybe you could just break the skull open with your big teeth.
I don't know where this thing's been.
In there?
Thank you. For a long time.
Mm-hmm.
However, I don't know if it has any magical qualities. I don't want to hurt myself.
I'll do an Arcana check on it to see if it has any
I will also
Go for it.
vagrant magic.
Natural 1. Skull.
10. A very passive 10.
Skull. And 10, you can see what seems to be the magic inside is very dull, and it's like a fading EKG, as there's just a slight hum.
Alright, so I'm pretty sure whoever this was probably important, right? Because they're important clothes, and I'm assuming that soul, that crystal has his soul inside of it, and his soul's very weak and probably dying. So it should be fine, really, if we just kill him off now. Like, nobody wants to keep their soul in the gem for that long. Who don't mind?
Okay, I'm going to try to eat around it and then just spit it out.
Yeah.
So I'll do that.
So you take a large chunk as the sound is like biting in to a stone potato chip. As you can just hear the as it crushes in, and you pluck, and then you gingerly put the skull back.
I will shake the skull. Does it sound like there's a brain in there?
No, there is nothing.
There
It's
can
hollow.
be. Yeah. Okay. Then I'll put it back. Try to look through it. How translucent is it?
Not very. As you look through it, the center of it is this bright pink, but only at this little pinpoint, as it emanates and fades into these deeper shades of purple.
Well, you found it.
Oh, thank you.
So,
Smells like a rock.
I can smell the magic. Place it on my pocket. It was pink, right?
Yes.
good find. As much as I hate to admit it, we might have to start opening these up and looking for more.
You're right, but I just thought that since this one's by itself, it might be something special. I'll also pick up the clothes off the ground and kind of wrap them around my book bag.
Okay.
Did a rat say how many crystals there were?
Let me think about it.
We
History
will.
check.
When you put that down, call it an ornate dwarven dress,
Okay.
and it's blue.
I also don't remember. I rolled an 8.
Cool.
I do remember.
What are you trying to remember?
I'm trying to remember what all Eret wanted us to acquire from this place.
2 pink gems.
Alright. The number was 22.
While they are gone, because I had no idea they are gone, I just said, I'm about to do something stupid. And then I'll have...
Completely alone. Incredible.
and then I'll have
Amazing.
Aster take the dodge action and fly past the skeletons.
Okay.
I would do the same.
As you see Aster do, you can see the end of this hall lead into 3 branching paths. Which way do you have Aster go?
I'll have him go past the 3 and then take a left.
Okay.
And then when he sees that one, he goes that way.
And then you can see that this is a dead end holding what seems to be 3 steel crates, the contents of which you just can't really discern.
Yeah.
But you can see locks on the front of them shaped like the runes that you see around. But instead, each of them is different part of the phrase that is repeated.
Okay. I'll have Aster retake the dodge action and instead of going back into the first one, we'll just continue straight.
Okay. As he arcs his
that.
way around and flies right above the skeleton, you can see it just look up and watch as it goes over, and you can see what seems to be a dead end holding a single, very regal, ordained coffin. However, is also rather small, holding what looks to be a V-harness gown that is green with white, and then the filigree around on both ends of the bonds around it, and with no puffs, as it is simply lying with mummy-style arms. Around it are all of these ribbons and bows, and you can see a couple toys around it as well.
Does it look like it has are there any gems?
Not from what you can see.
Those
Okay.
from the inside.
I'll have Aster just perch on like the side of the coffin and get a closer look.
Okay. Roll a perception for me.
11.
11. As it tweaks, looks birdwise, you can tell that there are these black flower petals, but look to be rose petals underneath it. And as you look behind you, you can see a skeleton bending a knee and reaching forward as if to chin the bird.
I'll have him just flap off
Okay.
jump off the coffin and then fly, take the dodge action, and just keep flying, go back, check the other.
You see the skeleton look up and just follow your actions as it returns to where it was before, in front of the corridor. Do you go down the last path?
Yeah.
Okay. You can see that this room strangely contains no coffins or any funeral decoration other than 2 brass pots with the same ferns eking out of it. But the skeletons here pay close attention as they are standing with their fists locked together, shield in the middle, both at attention. And as Aster flies by, you can see that they don't move their heads at all. At the end is this rotted, broken table that is fairly short in comparison to most others, while still wide. And as it's broken down the middle and the wood is caving away, you can see the contents of it neatly placed in the corner. And it looks to contain this rather reflective shield, almost like a mirror on the opposite side. This staff made out of 4 rocks connected like a spine. And then another scroll nestled in what seems to be 17 gold coins. Ooh.
Okay. So there's the coins, a scroll, and what was the third item? The shield.
The staff with
Staff.
4 sectioned rocks, and then the shield that seems to be a slick mirror, but is still shaped like a kite shield.
Pick it up.
You can see on the backside it's ordained in gold, and then on the mirror face it has this filigree around it that is just a single golden band, and that at the top and the bottom are these 2 small gems that are these dull red.
And that's on the staff.
That's on the shield.
I will have Aster pick up a scroll
Okay.
and 1 piece of gold.
As it goes down, you can see the 3-toed bird just onto 2 pieces and then fly away. And you see the skeletons watch and begin to chase after.
I'll have it, as it gets past the 3, I'll have it drop the gold coin.
You can see one stop and pick it up, and the other continue.
Oh shit.
How far do you have it go?
I have it come to me.
Okay.
Oh, we're cheesing.
Yes, we're
Okay.
cheesing.
But you're choosing by
I
yourself.
stand up.
We're choosing the boss.
I have it. I stand up, and then I say, "We've got company." Open my eyes. There's no one there.
You guys ready?
Uh-oh.
Giggling and chewing noises.
And when that happened, when I realize they're not there, I'll try to hide behind the coffin and send Aster further down
Oh, good
towards
prank.
the entrance.
Roll stealth.
Good prank.
As kind of place the chunks of skull back inside the coffin.
25.
25.
Solid numbers.
It's a skeleton. It literally doesn't have eyes. As you can see, it just run past.
Do we hear that?
Of course you do.
I kind of look down the hallway as it runs past, Scooby-Doo style.
His legs.
As you can also see Aster running by with the scroll in claw.
Yeah.
Do you both stealth?
We both super
I do
hide.
stealth as well.
So
Okay, go ahead and roll for
We'll
it.
just go behind the walls.
Yeah, I'll get behind the
like
section
full
of wall
cover.
yeah.
to get out of its sight lines.
So after the skeleton passes by me, I'm gonna like go into the hallway.
I didn't do great.
It's okay.
I didn't do bad.
I got 14
I got 14.
as I wrap myself around.
Okay.
Behind the
Edge of
same
the wall.
corner.
What do you do?
I'll hold my
Space.
action for when it gets to the coffin in the back corner.
Okay.
As Aster flies down that path, that's when I'll cast Firebolt.
Okay, go ahead and roll to hit.
That would be 18 to hit.
You got him.
4 fire damage.
Okay.
Nay,
Okay. It's bloodied, as you can see. It just. You take it and quickly turn around and go to react. Roll an initiative.
Here we go, boys.
Solo? He's so really skeleton balls.
What'd you get?
19.
Okay, what do you do?
I'll fire another Firebolt.
Go ahead and roll to hit.
Hearing this, I'm gonna try and go into Owen's
11.
eyes and send him down the hall.
What?
11.
Nope.
I'll pull out my dagger.
At the end of this round, I would like to look down the hallway.
You can see the skeleton with scimitar and shield drawn, pressing forward.
Is he
Down
facing
the hall.
me or the gentleman?
It's facing towards the gentleman.
I'll try to get over how big scary and then try to flank it.
Okay. Let's see.
I'll send Owen down the same hall.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you make it.
Epic.
and then we'll say Owen's right behind it.
Owen is my shield.
You're Owen's.
So we'll say he's right here.
Okay.
Oh yes, the good old,
The ping.
really slow ping feature.
It was only once.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you do?
Oh, I get to go?
Yeah, it's at the end of the round.
Rip.
Go for it.
Rip.
And there's nothing to attack against a skeleton.
Ooh, I don't know about 12?
Cloth.
Nope.
No, it's okay. Come on.
As-
You can do it.
No, I can't.
You can do it. You've
Ooh,
got this.
23.
There
You got him.
Oh my god. Yeah, he's dead. Duty for.
Why are you even
Yeah.
rolling?
He's gone.
8 damage?
Okay. Nice. Good job, guys.
And Owen will be casting a spell.
skeleton.
Yay!
We did it.
Oh, is
Okay.
it gone?
It is gone. As
He's bloody at 4 damage.
Can I request?
go for it.
Can I roll a dex to when I... Because I'm like scratching down his back. I want to like kind of bring him to the ground as quiet as I can. So it's I'm just like... boing.
Sleight of hand.
I'll just command Aster to come back.
Hilarious. No. What is that? 8?
8.
Yeah.
So,
Owen make an attempt.
and then
as
you
well.
go for it, and you grab just the pelvis as the rest disconnects and clatters to the ground.
I'm looking good.
At
Tried.
round, top of the round. So what happens is, launch the fireball, hits him in the back of the head. He turns around. Another firebolt. You see it blocked with the shield as he brushes forward, and then you see out of nowhere Mobius flank and just and grab the pelvis, and then turn to look back at you.
Put my dagger back in its sheath. Call Aster back.
Okay. You see
Oh.
it flicker and drop one down.
Drop the scroll.
Okay.
What? Oh, yeah. I'll take a brief look at the scroll. Does it look like the Alert of the Grave spell?
No.
Okay. I will not spend a whole lot of time examining it. Instead, I will run to the corner and look down
Okay.
that hallway.
I'll have Owen do the same.
Roll a perception. Both of you.
I'm gonna investigate the remains.
17.
Go ahead and roll an investigation. 17. You can hear the
9.
echoing down.
I get out of the line of sight for them when they inevitably run around the corner.
Uh-huh.
And, ooh,
Does the path southward
I'll run over to
that
Mobius.
is dead end?
The path southward is a dead end.
I'll have Owen cast a spell towards the skeletons approaching.
Okay.
He will cast a spell and you need to make an intelligence saving throw.
Okay. So,
He's pointing
So
towards the
readjust-
largest one.
to readjust the camera, you can see it now entering the hallway. As it's like a solid 18 seconds. They're not moving very fast.
Oh, okay.
With no joints, they're going as fast as they can.
Okay, well then instead I'll hang at that corner and just fling firebolts until they get within 30 feet.
Okay.
Jeez.
Mobius, perhaps it'd be good to set up a barricade with the.
I was actually just thinking that. So, first of all, does my advantage on looking through dead things apply to this investigation or only perception? That's up to you.
Dead things can't be undead. So,
Hilarious. Okay.
they have to be dead and undead are two different states of being.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, you couldn't just look through a vampire's eyes. However, if something's a construct made from a dead thing, that still counts.
Gotcha. But because this is a different... Gotcha. I don't find anything. However, does it have a brain in the skull? Can I tell that?
As you hear nothing. As you just see the jaw just go like back and forth.
Then I'm going to help him create a barricade to slow these guys down even more.
Where do you create it?
Your idea.
Preferably, kind of like 5 feet in front of the gentleman.
Okay.
Sure.
Do you do that, or does Owen try and help do that?
I'm doing that. Owen's casting a spell.
Okay. So let me move you down. What do you make it with?
Just the nearby coffins and bushes, shrubberies.
Okay. Somebody needs to roll strength with advantage.
Oh, I see. Okay. Still not amazing.
Yes.
Oh, natural 20.
Oh.
Well, we
Okay.
have advantage. We have advantage. So we'll do.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
we should do a See if you can do better. Oh, 3. We'll take the 3.
Advantage. So as you rush forward, go ahead and point to which one you take.
It's still your idea. Go for it. Oh, the coffin.
Yes.
So at the edge of the hallway, can you move it down just a little bit?
This one.
Yeah, around the corner.
Okay.
You can grab that one and then place it in this section where it's like a much tighter gap.
Okay.
So they'll at least trip over it.
The difficult terrain, yeah.
Okay.
Home Alone-ness.
So yeah, that'll just make it difficult terrain. They could still step over it, but they're slow anyway. So. Okay. So they need to make an intelligence save.
Yes.
What's the DC?
The one at the front. The DC is...
Don't worry about it.
Okay. No need to worry. Alright, so...
Is initiative in motion?
Yes, you guys will be at the bottom of the round.
Okay. Then I forgot to do something, and that's super fun.
And,
Okay.
It takes 4 damage, and it's a reduction to its AC.
Okay. So go ahead and do you want to roll that, or should I roll
I
that?
can roll
Okay, go ahead.
Oh,
1. It is now system shocked. Okay. And it, as you spike it, as Owen just weaves and sort of stretches his hands and just presses right into the thing's mind, you can see it shatter, it go into shock, and then fall apart right there.
Yo.
Big play, big play. Okay. Keep doing that. Gentlemen, you have no opportunity to do anything because you held your action. Do you hold it again?
That's a fine.
Yeah, I'll hold my action until another one comes into view.
3, 4, 5. Difficult terrain. Go ahead and roll the hit.
Oh yeah, that's 23.
You got him. You told attacker's winner.
Ah, 1.
Okay. So you see him. We'll do that at the top of the round. Mobius, go ahead.
Can I use my entire turn to just get the... What weapon did the skeleton become first have?
Oh my god.
Scimitar.
Okay, can I grab the shield and scimitar?
Go for it.
And then I will try my best to return back to where I was. Not exactly as close. I want to be, like, maybe 5 feet from the gentleman. If that makes sense.
Yep.
And I'm
So
gonna,
you take 1 step back.
yeah, and I have the sword and shield, and I'm planning to throw both of them at some point.
Okay, so you hold your action and whatever comes closest and you throw them.
I'll just throw the sword first.
Sword first.
I will
Okay.
throw my dagger.
You're ready.
Ready.
What do you do?
I will use my small water chain and
Just
cast shape water to form a single spike coming out of the front of the coffin.
Okay.
Your
And then take a bunch of steps back as far as I can.
Big brain.
Do you go to the right of gentleman or behind gentleman?
Behind gentleman. I'm assuming I'll be able to use Owen to combat.
Okay. So that's 1, 2, 3. So you could be 2 steps behind into this corridor.
Sounds good by me.
Do you want to be behind the corner or just behind him?
Behind the corner. Sounds good.
Okay.
Oh, we can totally get him in that cross section.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So top of the round, what happens? You fling a firebolt as you see them running around. It simply just right past them as they duck down and are beginning to climb over that first coffin and press forward. You readjust yourself, regroup, and get right in front of the gentleman and heave it up forward, about to throw it. And you see Murphy go forward and push it out. As you can see, a single spike and just rotating with this rush of water, just right in the middle of it, jutting out, and then run past the two of you. Gentlemen, you're at the top. What do you do?
I got the Spartan phalanx, like a little bit right in front of you.
Yeah. I'll. Ooh, is that the only skeleton?
No, there are two more behind it.
Two more behind it. Okay. I'm going to. I'm gonna do another firebolt.
Go for it.
18. Oh, 19.
You got him?
Nothing got
10 damage.
Okay. He's gone.
Do you need
Okay. You see him rush right in front of the spike and then stop. And then his buddy join right behind him as there are only two skeletons left. Mobius, what do you do?
I will just throw the sword at them.
Okay, roll to attack with disadvantage.
Disadvantage?
Yes.
It doesn't.
as you see the scimitar whiz by him. Murphy, what do you do?
I will have Owen cast Mind Strike once again
Okay.
towards the skeleton in the back.
Okay.
Ooh, I will take dodge as a bonus action now.
What's the save? What's the DC, I mean?
The DC is 16. Oh no, 14, sorry. I lied.
Okay, it fails.
2 damage.
2?
Its next save is reduced by 3.
3. Gotcha. Okay. So, top of the round, what happens? You see the gentleman whiz a firebolt as the skeleton hurtles and starts to climb over the coffin and land forward, and it whizzes right by past his shield. And if you could see a skeleton's eyes cavities open, it would as it just and jolts back and immolates. Then as you see the two brush past like nothing happened and go forward, you see them stop at the coffin ahead and stare at the spike. And then Mobius throws the scimitar, it goes wide, and it just and clings right behind him. And then you see Owen animate behind the skeleton in the back and press and cradle the cranium of the skeleton behind as it jolts and brushes it off.
Distraction.
Gentlemen, you're up.
Alright, I am going to... oh, I really hope this hits. I'm going to start to conjure this, small green sphere, and the second that it grows to about 4 inches in diameter, I just hurl it forward.
Okay.
21.
You got him. Did you get
4 acid damage.
Sick!
1 above minimum.
It's, one of them?
Incredible. Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Good old chromatic order.
Okay.
You'd love,
Consistency.
you'd love to see it.
Awesome. So you see him take it and then try and brush over. Go ahead and roll a d4 of cold damage or acid damage from the water.
Gotcha. It is a single damage.
A singular damage!
Worth it.
He's
Yes.
able to get over, and then you see him brush to the side. He takes his 5 feet to go to the side of Mobius, and he will swing.
I did take the dodge action. I mean bonus action with my key points.
With key points, okay.
Yes.
Okay. You see him go forward and try and bunt you with the sword as he draws it. No.
Incredible.
You get an opportunity to attack.
You breathe.
Bonk him with the shield.
19.
You got him.
Devious.
10.
10. Okay.
Devious 10.
Go ahead and roll acid damage for the second skeleton.
Alright. 3 this time.
Oh, pretty good. As he runs forward and he tries to just slash at you clean. No. And it goes wide. Mobius, you're up.
One skeleton left.
I'll just take that blow and just try to rock him sock him. This guy.
Okay.
13.
13? No.
Readjust. Okay, just readjust one more time. Okay. 18.
You got him.
A little awkward. 10.
10. Okay. So top of the round, here's what happens. You take the chromatic orb and you nestle it and cradle it and push it forward. And as it jettisons out, it smacks against the shield and goes a little sideways. It only sprays against his shoulder. He readjusts, brushes over, but the spike caves through and scathes past his ribs. He jumps forward. He tries to short draw you and knock the wind out of you. However, he can't get his sword out as it gets stuck, as it's rusted in its sheath, and you just take the shield and you hear a loud gong rip off as it just shatters the skull. And as the second one goes and swings wide, you duck out of the way and scrape forward against the shield as you hear the past it, forward bracing into the shield, and then you take the shield that you're holding and you wedge it in between the spine and spin as it disconnects, and he falls to the ground. And the skeletons are gone.
Skeletons are gone.
Easy.
Let's go. We do not care.
What do you guys do?
Is everyone okay?
Yeah, actually. Fine.
Drop this barbaric thing. I do not care for it.
Simply do not care.
Well, that went better than I thought it was going to go.
That went better than last time.
Much better.
I like your strategy. We siphoned them. We had a plan. It was good.
Yeah. Where were the two of you?
Oh, I found the ruby that we needed, or the gemstone. No,
Oh.
I don't know what a ruby is.
Alright.
Speaking of which, we should probably check out their bones.
Oh yeah, I go to the nearest skeleton and stomp on his head.
As you crash it and it smashes like fine china. Don't see anything.
Are any of them missing a hand?
Now.
I'll also return southward to see if any of the other coffins look as important as the one I just looked at before.
No. As you just look behind you, you can see that they're open and kind of standard.
I'll just go back into that corner and examine the scroll that Aster brought.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an Arcana. As you can tell, it is in Dwarven like the others.
Oh god, 26.
Oh.
As you brush past and go back, you examine the scroll. And it seems to be some sort of weaponsmithing scroll. As it goes through, you can see what looks to be these blueprints for a mage brushing forward, and then what looks to be their arm breaking apart and then reforming into this blade with all of these screaming faces along it, turning their hand into this curved sword.
Huh.
It looks very sickly and very distorted, as the very tip of it curves and jays to the back, almost like a hook.
Okay.
I'm going to pocket one of the bones
Okay.
with the thought of, if for some reason they reassemble,
What do you mean?
we will know, because this one will leave my inventory.
Hmm.
And then I'll just investigate him.
Okay,
Only thing I can do, really.
go for it.
21?
You look through and you get a better look at the shield as it seems to be this bronze patterned in with all of this dirt to make it this blackened, darkened bronze. That as it embellishes around itself, you can see what you can only assume to be this skeleton's life. And pressed forward with a family crest being purple and then black with what seems to be a white skeleton in the middle cutting down the slash. So you see the crest being this kited shield in the middle of this circular Viking shield,
Mm-hmm.
and then a white skull, and then behind it, like almost for honor, regular knight style, you can see slashed down with purple top right, black bottom left.
Damn.
And every shield has that family crest, but then behind it is the rest.
I'll prop them all up against the wall.
Okay.
Guilty habit.
I'll take out my king and bang on the mic drums.
Roll performance.
It's okay. 23.
Nah, not the best.
I just started.
Yeah, that's what I was So you go off a little bit.
I'll send Aster back down the hallway.
Sorry, I just
And
didn't want to
watch.
lose that opportunity.
Okay. So as he goes back down the hallway, you can see that it is mostly cleared out, except for one watching the smaller coffin.
Okay. I will. Uh.
What do you guys do?
Aster sit in that. So after he sees that it's just the one skeleton, I'll have him go back to that to the first square
Okay.
where we initially discovered them.
Okay.
Have him sit there. I'll exit his view, stand up and walk over to the two of them. Okay. There's only one skeleton left on this floor. So I say we ambush him and take care of him.
Or is it possible to, just to be safe, lure him back? I mean,
Yes, but the stuff that he is guarding would lead most likely to us being struck.
then let's move on then.
As we kind of move forward, I shape water again and return the spike into my water skin.
Gotcha.
That's cool.
Alright. I'll take the lead, and once I get to where Aster is, I'll have Aster go into my shoulder,
Okay.
and then stealthily move up to the corner to this wall here.
That wall right there. Okay, go ahead and roll stealth.
19.
Sneaking your way to that corner, you can see that the skeleton obviously pays no mind to you. As you skulk your way forward and press yourself against the wall, keeping in mind the sounds of your footsteps as as you start to hear them slowly start to flicker away.
Okay.
I will stay
will-
close and focus.
I will cast Mage Hand behind him
Okay.
and pick up something in just anything in the coffin.
As you do, you can see it make a small ruffle that instantly grabs the skeleton's attention as it turns around. and goes to the coffin to set it back down.
And while his back is against me, I fire a firebolt.
Go for it.
Yeah, we're a little
I'll
closer
try and have
too.
Owen come in behind him.
Oh wait, I have advantage. Oh, okay, it's still missing.
I'll have Owen come in as well and use Mind Spike.
Save. No, it fails. Okay, go for it.
I will use the rest of my movement to run around the corner.
6. Okay, go ahead and roll to
And his next check is reduced by 4.
reduce by 4. Okay.
Yo, it's big.
Okay. So, as almost like a guardian angel, top of the round, you press forward as the fire flings past. You find yourself, haste makes wasting. As the firebolt whizzes past, and you realize if you were just a little bit down and not going so fast, you could have beamed him right in the back of the head. But instead, it flies and scorches the wall as he instantly turns to see Owen in front of him, pressing his thumbs into his eye sockets. And you can see the skeleton go back forward and grab and get stuck and push Owen back and readjust. Go ahead and go again.
I will. Does this one have a shield?
Yes.
Okay, I'll just firebolt it. Oh yeah. 22. We hit now.
We can do it.
Ooh, I have 9 fire damage.
9. And as he wrestles him off, you readjust, fire again, and you see it smack right in the middle of its chest. And as it can't hold its shield and its scimitar as they clamber to the ground, you see, instead of facing you, taking its last strength and climbing onto the coffin and cradling itself around the top of it, trying to make it into a cover as it disassembles on top.
Owen, as the aura of danger ends, I have Owen float over to the skeleton as it grasps over the coffin, and it will rise its skull and smash it against the wall.
Okay? As you see Owen against the top, you can see nothing was inside.
Through looking through Owen's eyes, I'll also look inside the coffin.
Yeah.
And you see the
I'll
gentleman's
coffin as well.
and you see the gentleman's description that I gave Aster before. But to reiterate it, you can see these smaller black rose petals cushioning down this smaller skeleton of a black V-harness dress that goes down, no puffs, very sleek, but instead has the white around with the golden embellishings. As there are toys and ribbons around the coffin.
Are the clothes look new too?
Do you go into the
Oh
room?
yeah, I don't want to be alone.
Oh no, I'm still standing next to you. I'm just.
Oh, I'll pull on your shirt, and if you don't respond, I'll walk there.
When I see Mobius enter the room through Owen's eyes, I will drop Owen and walk in.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Wait a second. Alone.
The clothes do look very regal, and they do look very new, almost to the point that it looks like they have been freshly ironed.
Does the corpse in the clothes look well taken care of?
It's pristine. It's like bleached bone. No cracks.
Follows the pattern that we've previously seen.
What are you
I said we don't mess with this one.
Well, I think it's important we check to see if it has a gemstone in its skull.
I think we should check everything else first.
I very much agree with the gentleman on this one. There's no mixed messages. It's important. Let's at least try everything else first, so we don't.
Don't back ourselves into a corner.
I just, we came into this place for grave robbing. I just thought it was our plan to rob some graves.
afraid we're in over our heads already. We don't need to rob potential royalty.
Or
There's plenty of things that are going on in this crypt we don't understand. The fact that the skeleton seems to want to protect it is enough for us to at least leave it last. I'm not saying we should just ignore it completely, but at least examine everything else first.
I'd just like to mention, if we don't steal the wonderful beauties that this corpse is adorned with, some other fellow will come in and do the same a week's time from now.
I'm not saying that we're going to leave.
Okay.
I'm saying we're going to investigate the rest of this place before we desecrate a child's corpse.
We've seen it done before. We'll kind of exit the room and go to explore the other pathway.
Okay.
I'll go to where the gold is.
Yeah, I'll stick with Gentle.
Okay. Do you go to where the gold is, or do you continue down that path?
I'll continue down and observe the chests.
To the steel crates?
Yeah,
Okay.
crates.
Oh, I thought that's what you meant, Evan.
What's your passive?
My passive is 11.
Okay.
Would I
then-
see the crates on the way out?
And I'll have
Yes.
Owen
Because
come
that's
with
where I
me.
thought that where Gentle was going. I will then beeline. I will cut off. Because that's more interesting to me.
Okay. So, as you step forward, you feel your foot start to give, and then you stop and wrestle your weight back to your back foot as the floor gives way to another spike pit.
Oh, epic. I'll like catch your shoulders.
I have like a very short Vietnam flashback as my eyes kind of widen and look down into the pit,
Mm-hmm.
and I just take a very staunch side step away from it.
Okay.
Oh, are you okay?
Well, I'd rather not get stabbed to death again, to be quite honest.
I'd have to agree. Is it just the same?
It looks exactly the same, yes.
Do you have the ladders?
I'll pick up and pocket all the gold
Okay.
in the corner and then try to examine the staff.
As you pick up the staff, you wrap your hands around it and it starts to hum as the intersections between the stones start to glow blue. And it starts to feel light and bendable.
That's pretty
You don't know what it'll do, but at the very least you have a pretty cool walking stick.
I'll try to examine the shield as well.
As you pick it up, you can see the gems on the front begin to glow, and it feels like real gold, fairly light. You move it around, and there are wraps on the inside as it crests over and creates the handguard, where it's this crimson around with the same dwarven runes edging around like Greek as you grip it and hold it firm.
I'm gonna try to make an Arcana check on the staff.
Go for it.
14.
14. As you move it, you can see it collapse and bend and almost move like a wet noodle. However, each time that you correct it, like very sharply, very suddenly, it goes hard as a single piece of stone. So as you move it daintily, it fluctuates, but then you strike with it and it all turns into one single piece and it flashes right at the end. And you feel an energy inside of it, rather than something coming from you, but rather something working symbiotically with you.
Oh, a spirit.
I'll do the same for the shield.
Go for it. What do you guys do?
I kind of step away from the spike pit and cover my face for a moment,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll make a sleight of hand and fail as I kind of push away some tears from my eyes. Would you happen to have the ladders?
We used them for the first one.
Are they still there?
I'm sure.
Alright.
Listen, we don't have to cross it. It's fine.
We just might need if there's the papers in those chests or
I-
barrels or something.
It's fine. We can take a second.
Alright.
Just don't worry about it. Gentle can go, I can go. You can watch our backs. Is what you're good at.
Where's the gentleman?
I come back outside of that room.
Wielding.
Wielding floppy staff and your
Oh,
shield.
Bow!
Holding both of them. Go ahead and roll your Arcana for the shield.
Yeah, I got a 12.
A 12. You have no idea to what extent, but you figure that the mirror on the front of it isn't for decoration, as you begin to clang stuff against it rather brutishly, and it just simply reflect back. And what I mean by clang stuff, I mean you push back like fire bolts and stuff like that.
As you,
Swing the shield across my back. Some of the rope that I have.
I'm gonna make an Arcana check on his staff because it would immediately interest me.
Go for it.
As I see him walk out holding it. A strong 12.
12. You can't really discern how it would work.
Alright.
And as you see it move, you figure it's just not for you.
Yeah.
What are you holding?
Some stuff in the corner. Seems magical to me.
Well, if it means anything, all we found was on the spike trap.
Oh. Didn't fall into it, did we?
I'll look.
Sorry.
I'm fine. I was just very sheltered in the library. I wasn't stabbed much in reading books.
Yeah, it takes a long time to get used to.
If it makes you feel better, I don't know if any of us are used to it.
I mean, your skin looks like it's made of stone. You're probably immune to being stabbed.
I would take that as a compliment. Do we want to try to get the chest?
I do. But I can take the risk. It's fine by me.
Oh, why? Into Owen, and then see if he can go over and lift the chest.
No.
Alright.
As soon as he goes to like, no.
He's kind of.
How far would you go? How far is a long jump if you have the 10-foot running start?
I'd say with an athletics, you could definitely clear it.
I'm good at that.
Could you do acrobatic?
No, because it's jump.
Could I tightrope a coffin?
Yes.
I'm just gonna start pushing that one.
Go ahead,
We
go
have-
ahead and roll strength.
We do have the other ladder.
Strength? 4.
Feel free to place it down.
Never mind. As you go to move the coffin, you hear the, and then realize that it would take a long time, and you just leave it.
You have the other ladder, right?
Yeah.
Alright, just place it down.
Place that down.
Oh. Let's pull it out of your pocket. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
I forgot.
I'll climb over the ladder after him.
Go ahead and roll a dex save with advantage.
Hilarious.
If I mind the ladder, do I get advantage?
I rolled
I'm glad we have advantage.
the same number twice.
I did not. Thank God. The first one was a 1, and then we got a 17.
Oh, good.
Okay. What you get?
16.
16?
Is it a save or a check?
Save.
Oh, incredible. 16.
Okay, then all of you, just fine. You make it over.
I'll begin to observe the front of it to see if it's like locked.
Examine lock. Yeah. There are 3.
Yes.
Like runic
On a
locks.
totally different subject. Examine room.
Go for it.
Will it just go...
Go for it.
This doesn't like a
Is that investigation?
Yes.
21.
21. As you take your fingers and just tiptoe, straighten up your back, and you can see him completely stretch up to the ceiling.
Hi.
and just sort of like trace around the top. You can see no gaps
Sort of chill.
as you just and shrink back down to your normal size.
Mega mobius.
Mega morphin mobius.
And as you guys go to the locks in front of them, as you wrestle them open, you figure them to be puzzles.
Puzzles. I'll take out my water skin, place it, use shape water to freeze the lock, and then bang on it with my.
Okay, go ahead and roll to hit.
I love puzzles.
I'm just gonna try to figure out the
Go for it. Roll. Go ahead and roll an Arcana.
19 to hit.
19. Roll damage.
Alright, cool.
15.
15. Okay.
Uh, 8.
8. So, as you're just wrestling with it, you intricately place everything, and you realize that the shape of the lock is one of the runes outside, but it's like reshaping a letter into another letter. So as you shape it into the first rune, it clicks, unlocks, and as you're opening it, you hear a CROW as it breaks open and Murphy opens another chest.
And then I'll cast shape water and bring the chunks of ice back into my.
Okay. And as you both open up the chests, you can see nothing but old papers neatly stacked on top of each other with spider cobwebs weaving their way in between them.
Are there spiders
In
the
both
chest?
chests?
No.
In both chests?
Yes.
Okay. What about you? I'll try to solve that puzzle.
Go for it.
Would you like me to solve it? It's much faster.
No, I've got it. 24?
And it's a
I got him.
and you open it up, and it's the same thing.
Paper's good.
Yes, yes.
Read mode.
Languages.
How? Oh boy.
Fuck.
I know the accussions and Fae.
Go ahead.
You can't read.
No, you can say all of the languages.
Oh,
in the
okay,
game
okay.
first. Yeah.
Dreamspeak, Sylvan,
You can read.
Kosh. Oh,
Which one? Which ones?
Akash, Throne, Abyssal, Infernal.
Okay, you can read it.
Yo, yo.
It's abyssal, so both of you can read it as you begin to flip through the
No,
demon,
I'm just kidding.
begin to flip through the demon speech, and you instantly recognize it as it looks to be copies of Skeleton's Bloom.
But not unsealed, right?
Huh?
Are they like unsealed?
Yeah, there are not.
Unfinished.
They're not bone. It's looked like they, because it's basically this abyssal braille from teeth in the actual book. It looks like somebody put the papers onto the teeth and then just went across it to
That's pretty cool.
quick copy.
Question: is the title on it?
Yes.
Would I don't like looking at the book. Do I even know what? Do I even make the
No.
link? Hilarious.
But you're able to read Skeleton's Bloom on the first page.
read. Yeah, I'll just gather the pages up, secure them in a couple like leather straps.
Okay.
And I'm gonna look for the.
Do you
Roll
have
me
the
an
tome or do
investigation.
I have the tome on me?
Do all
I
three of
have
them
no
make
idea.
a copy, or is it 3 copies?
Yeah, because I just rented
It's 3 copies.
Because I just rented it from the library,
Yes, you did.
I forced you to do that.
which is a good call.
11. As you flip through it, all you're able to gather is that it's the story of a family called the Dedolans.
Can I history that?
Go for it.
Devious. 17.
17. Okay. The Dedolans, as you remember in your readings of the manor, whenever you had the rare opportunity of off time, which was anywhere from 5 minutes, which wasn't really off time, to 5 weeks. So during one of those 5-week stints, you were able to crack open a book of famous necromancers. And one, Capia Dedola, really...
Write it down, write it down!
Put it.
Can we spell Capia?
Capian. C-A-P-I-A-N. presses forward as one of the most alluring, as they are a dwarf, and most dwarves focused their efforts into strict technologies. So a dwarf focusing on magic, let alone creating new spells, was considered unheard of for the time. And what he did was stricken from most history.
How do you spell the last name?
Dedolan.
He's, part of that family.
Dedola. Gotcha.
And what you're able to gather from the readings in here is it seems like he was trying to cure some sort of disease.
Are we gonna get sick?
Oh no.
Okay. Yeah, once we have the copies of Skeleton's poem secured, keep moving.
Is it any good of a read? I don't know this language.
It's not bad. I know this name.
What does it say?
It's the book you're all terrified of.
Oh no, it's not
Skeleton's
that bad.
poem.
I much prefer this version.
Well, that's perfectly fine. Now we have 4 copies.
Do you know this,
Well, this would be great for the library.
I'll probably keep one.
That's
No.
fine.
Not the one that they have already.
do you know this name in here?
Which one?
The Dedolans, the one the story mentions.
Yes, the Dedolans. I'm moderately familiar.
Okay. I just recognized. I didn't
Roll
expect to
religion.
recognize something in this context.
I believe they were the creators of the book. And most likely most of the spells within. There's a decent amount of secrets within.
Strange. I didn't recall many dwarfs being necromancers when they were around.
What you remember from the name Capia Dedolan being mentioned is that in Arcanism he seemed as this new brilliant mind, and from what you can tell it seems like he was able to work past the soul. In what capacity you don't know.
While we're doing nothing,
Yes.
I'm going to specifically skim for black rose petals girl.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll an insight to try and find the right section.
Fair.
Mr. Gentleman,
Yes.
is there any more monsters we need to be worried about? Because I'd hate to be stuck here
There is.
behind a trap.
I believe there's at least 2 more skeletons in the lower level.
23.
22. Okay. You're able to find that in the first act, as it's more of a journal, but it's separated into months, as it documents the progress of Capia. So in the first act, you find that his daughter, Radia, got rather sick with a bone disease that made her very frail and was slowly eating away at her. And whenever she would break a bone, it wouldn't show up as the regular khaki, but instead almost like charcoal. With the marrow almost dried, making them seem more like licorice sticks, or not licorice sticks, my bad, candy cane sticks.
It's brittle.
Brittle and snappy.
So does it ever mention the disease's name, or at least what he called it?
It seems like he didn't know, and as you flip farther, you can see it being called multiple different things, but you really can't place it one place or another.
Gotcha.
I should get one of those dwarvish translation books. Keep them around with me. We're gonna keep staying in here so often.
It's not a bad idea.
Hopefully there's only a couple more rooms left. I don't know how expensive the lower level is. It's quite dark.
Gentlemen,
Yes.
did you read this section about Capian's daughter?
No, Capian is a new character to me. I am mostly just familiar with the family as a whole, skimming through the book.
Or him being one of them. His daughter, I believe, to be the smaller corpse in the other room. It seems she was dying of a bone disease he was trying to cure.
Could I look at that staff of yours?
The skeleton might be him. They was trying to protect him.
But
Which means there's some amount of consciousness still held within them.
Oh,
But yes,
I want to make an Arcana check on it.
Go for it.
Specifically looking for anything like that would remind me of the guy's work and religion, like something
Yes.
deeper than a soul.
Gotcha.
Like if he imbued himself in it or something.
Go for it.
6.
6. As you begin to attune yourself to it and try and bring yourself to understand it, working with it, bending it, you can see it wrap in many different ways. And as you bend it farther, at about the 30-degree point, you can see a string start to attach from one end to another, and you just let it go. And as you hold it, you can tell that there is no spirit inside of it, but rather its own... it's like a synthetic soul was placed inside of what you can now tell to be bone. You still have no idea how it works,
Yeah.
or what he did to it.
Do be nice to this.
I plan to be.
Whatever's inside thinks it's living.
Sorry to interrupt. You seem to be around the dead often. Is that correct? So you're familiar with, at the very least, necromancy.
Slightly, yeah.
So I know you're not a doctor, and neither are us. However, I'm confused. It references here that Radia, his daughter, with the bone disease, her bones were described as charcoal, and she was bleached. She was completely white. So, could it be painted? Did he do it? It's strange. It doesn't make much sense to me. I wanted to know.
So
I'll put a pin in it for later.
she was so sick that her bones started to show through her skin,
Not necessarily.
or that after she died, her skin fell off.
I can't ask you questions.
Okay. I can't read it, so I can't.
That is fair. It's not vague. It's not written like a story. It's a journal.
What?
So it seems he was diagnosing her. He never called it anything specific.
Like a diary.
Yes. But yes, we'll put a pin in it. It's just strange. Doesn't make much sense to me.
If we can, I'd like to leave it alone. But, as you mentioned, yes, if it is the last thing to do, then we must, in order to continue.
Did you say the Dedolan family, was it a royal family? Or was it just a family name?
You haven't picked that up yet.
Since
Okay.
these chests are empty, how easy are they to move now?
Yes, they're much easier.
Alright, in that case, I'll go ahead and have me and Owen pick it up and then kind of place them on top of the spikes.
Over the gaps.
Yeah, over the gaps, so that it's a little bit easier to go over the brim.
Okay. So go ahead and roll with advantage still.
Alright. Nice. Nice. Dexterity save, did you say?
Yes.
Alright. It's going to be 9.
9. With the chests there, you're still able to clear it.
So I just need to be as safe as possible.
As you step on them and put a little bit too much faith in them, they begin to jostle and give way, and you crash back onto the ladder, and you go the rest of the way.
I'll go through as well.
Go for it.
I'll follow right behind.
18.
Oh, nasty. Absolutely 25.
You're able to skip onto one of the steel chests and just pop onto the next one, and with an 18, you're able to do the same as you two sort of like echo each other on the same side and just skip back.
Yeah, we hold hands. Yeah.
Of course.
You're right. As gentlemen.
What do you guys do?
I'll flip open the coffin I'm standing next to.
As you do, you see that it was the same V dress, but instead it's just the plain yellow bonds with green beneath. And that's about it.
I'll put it back on top.
I will head to the staircase,
Okay.
just towards the top of it.
Follow close behind you.
I will as well.
And when I get there, I'll just do the.
Go ahead and roll me a group stealth, whoever's leading.
I'll see them like when they reach the stairs and I see him do that. I'm not gonna walk down and instead just go into Owen's eyes and let him.
It might be
Gotcha.
Well, there are skills.
What'd you get?
16.
16.
That's good. That's a B minus.
So,
Is it? It's better.
It might be.
do you
close.
go down to the lower level?
B minus.
I just look
Okay.
and see if I can see the skeleton from here.
Do you have dark vision?
Yes.
Okay. 30 or 60?
60.
60? Okay. Okay. Roll me a perception.
22.
Okay. You're able to look down to the end of the hall as your vision starts to enter black and white and glaze over. And you can see that his irises actually invert as he looks down, as they shift color. And you can see the skeleton right behind it, and you can see something stirring on my right, your left of the front skeleton.
In this space?
Yes. Something's stirring, you're just not able to make out what it is.
Alright. There's two skeletons and some unknown thing to the left of one of them.
That's fun.
From what you can hear, it sounds like wood shaking back and forth.
Moving.
How is that worse?
Yeah. I don't like it, but we could open fire from here.
Should we barricade the stairs and have them come up?
Oh, we should definitely have them come up.
We could always use those chests. I can collect them.
But I say we have enough. We have enough ranged
We should
that we can outrun them.
We should throw
Among
two
the collective
coffins
of the three of us.
down the steps so that we can stand on the little walkway and then blast them from a distance and then run back up should we have any issues.
Okay. Let me go collect some swords to throw.
Alright.
I go back. I pick up swords.
You're able to get. You threw another one. You don't pick that one back up because
No.
it's like. It's blunted.
It's
at
clipping.
This point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah. So you get 4.
Way better than I expected.
Yeah.
I walk back down.
It takes you some time as you
Oh,
look. It will take you like half a minute, like 30 seconds.
oh. Like half an hour. Oh.
So, Murphy, can you hit them from here?
Yeah, that should be fine.
Alright, so the two of us will open fire from here, and then we'll take our steps back up towards the junction, and wait for them to follow, open fire again. We can just pelt them from afar. Don't even let them get close.
Okay. So who's going down to the basement level?
I'll have Owen go in first.
Okay.
Actually, I'll try and surprise them on the other side of Owen, and then we can shoot at them when they're confused. Does that seem fine to
As
you?
long as they don't see us.
Oh no, I can. Once they start seeing you, I'll leave Owen. Help.
Okay.
So I'll transform into Owen and have him, not transform, but see through Owen's eyes and have him step down the stairs and slowly kind of approach to see if they can see him, see his
gotten darker, by the way. It is about 6:30
I see.
in game
Yes.
day. So it has gotten rather dark. As Owen walks through, you can tell that they don't see him.
I'll have him just kind of saunter around them to get deeper in to see just how many we're dealing with.
No reaction. As you can see them hold and kind of sway back and forth, staring forward in their directions. You can see them looking into their coffins with both weapons in hand.
Both weapons.
Shield,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Those are double swords.
Yeah.
I'll have Owen travel a bit further down just to see how many there are, to be sure. Moving
As
slowly to make sure not to bump
there
into
is
them.
a door there, so do you face him through the door?
He will travel through the door
Okay.
and be careful listening to any movement on the other side.
As he phases through the door, you can see two more on the inside, staring down and facing this dark pit that when Owen looks down, you can't really see anything there.
What are the objects next to the pit?
Empty crates.
I'll have Owen just kind of barely nudge one to see the reaction.
No.
I'll have Owen nudge one close to the pit, the edge of the pit.
This seems like
He nudges one close to the pit and no reaction.
I'll have him kick it in.
remember to count.
It falls and it makes no sound as he kicks it in and doesn't clatter against any walls until you hear it. As it's just falling.
Like 13 feet.
Owen can make it.
With barely any noise,
They didn't react.
no reaction.
Stone cold.
They're both facing towards the pit.
Yes.
I'm gonna try and get him, Owen, kind of in between them.
Okay.
And then on the one that's closer to the pit, he'll touch his right shoulder so that he thinks the other one touched him.
As soon as Owen taps, you can see him take a swing at him.
Alright.
And as a specter, I think he can still hit him.
Yes.
It's like AC 12.
I have it.
Yeah, gotcha. And then we'll go with averages for that.
Okay.
So he hits you.
It was worth the bet.
Worth it, absolutely. Does he hit the other one when I'm trying to
No.
go? Okay.
What's the strategy?
I don't know if you watched
And
the
does
Three
minimum
Stooges.
damage as he just. And as he can't really see him, he sways and it clips through Owen, just right across, and it does 5 damage.
Okay.
And the two of them animate and go to attack again. Have Owen roll initiative.
Alright. As Owen begins to get hit, he will dash through the doorway as quickly as he can.
Okay, go for it.
For initiative,
Execute plan.
he got a what's the word? Total 20.
Total 20. So he dashes through the door,
Through the doorway, this one. Deeper in.
deeper in.
Go Owen. Alright, Owen. You got this.
What's his movement speed?
Now we're rooting for
50 feet
50 feet.
of hover.
So you see him fly through. Let me ping where he is for you.
Keep an eye on the ping.
Look for the ping. Look for the ping. Where's the ping? Where's the ping? Where's the
He's
ping?
pinging. He's pinging.
Which way does he go?
Well, he moves into just on the other side of
I
the
pinged
door
him, I pinged
and he
him.
waits for them to
He's
try
up here.
and chase after him.
So he's right there, right at that ping, right behind the door.
And
Watch that meta. Watch that meta.
should they enter, he will go into the wall nearby and kind of wait for them to pass.
Okay. And you see one of them. As he waits by the door, you hear a. And stop right by the door. And as Owen pauses and waits, you see one crash right through the door. And then both of them try and swing on him.
He will attempt to phase through the wall.
We'll say he did the dodge action.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Okay. 1 hits.
No.
2 hits.
Alright.
takes 16 damage.
Alright.
Wow.
As one crashes through and swings, crashes through and swings and brushes past, and they are flanking
6.
as the other one's right by the door.
Now? After that? Wow.
Damn, Owen.
What do you do?
It's cracked.
Owen will phase through them, dashing as quickly as he can back towards me. And I will say, through my own words, we're about to fight.
Okay.
I just get back.
I throw a fireball.
He just gets back. We're about to fight.
You're like blood leaking from you okay?
Just slightly drooling.
I have 4 swords.
When Owen gets hit,
Nine
I do
health.
kind of like physically react, but it's in a way that's like, is he just like itchy?
It's like when cartoon characters beat up themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, when he says that, I just throw a fireball at the one I can see.
Okay, go ahead and roll to hit.
Do it.
I only wish Owen was strong, so he could like knock stuff over as he's leaving.
18. Okay, roll damage.
10.
Okay, so top of the round as you regain, as you return,
Yes.
whisks back as Owen joins you, crashes forward, you shoot forward and beat him as it incinerates the top of his head
Beat.
and he's gone as he topples to the ground.
Can we chill out for a minute?
You can count that as...
That's up to you. I just want to
No.
know. Okay. Did we, in between last session and the start of this,
We did.
No.
We had a short rest.
I would not say you've had a short rest yet.
No, yeah.
Before we enter.
Yeah, before we entered the place.
So you guys are right down here. The skeletons are all the way down here.
they cannot see us.
Nope. So you two roll initiative. We are going off of your initiative already at 20.
Okay.
7.
19.
19? Okay. You're up first.
Alright.
What do you do?
I will use my action to. Is the one that's down there 60 feet away? I'll find it.
60 feet. You're good.
I will minus my Q.
Okay. You'll make the save. Nope.
Nice.
3.
Okay.
And a reduction of 4.
Okay. Do you do anything else?
Can't use my. I don't have anything else. 2D.
Okay. Then, next up, Mobius.
How close is the closest one?
60.
60.
Not 60. It is 45 feet.
Throw something like 30.
You killed the closest one.
I can only throw like 1 through each room, right?
Okay.
You would say. Could I walk up, throw it, and then use the rest of it and just go back?
Yes, you can do half the movement.
I'll just do that. I'll go up.
1, 2, 3. Be right here. Go ahead and roll to hit with disadvantage.
Damn, this is yeah, that actually is an incredible shot.
Yep.
Hey, 14.
And as you throw it, it whizzes forward. You think it's actually going to catch, and then the skeleton braces, and it clinks right off.
Oh, that's okay.
And then you hear a crash as one breaks through the coffin to the left, and another one appears.
No.
Okay.
And he can only get there, and then he will take the dodge action. As they will enter the light. And the other ones in the room will try and join them. However, none of them can reach you, and they will take the dodge action as well.
So they're all taking the dog action.
Yes.
Why are they so smart?
As they bring their shields forward, so top of the round, You mind spike the one behind as two spectral hands clasp and grip on. You see him shake and then sort of shake it off. Go forward, brace. You throw the sword. It braces past, and they all rush forward. Shields, phalanx, forward. Gentlemen, what do you do?
I'm gonna cast Firebolt with the first one.
Okay.
Oh, 15.
Attackers win.
Oh,
Bruh.
alright. 8 fire damage.
Okay. And as it's braced forward, you sort of lean forward, line it up. And as it shoots forward, it clips right into the side, and that's enough to immolate him as he tries to brush it off, and he's gone.
Okay. I'm gonna spend my 30 feet of movement to go up the stairs and get as far away as I can.
Oh, and I did use my half movement to go back. Unless you already calculated that.
You'd be at the top of the stairs.
Yep.
Okay, so at the top, Murphy, you're up.
Alright. I will take 30 feet back from the final set of stairs, and then hold my action for once Mobius is off the stairs. I'll shape water and ice over the tops of the stairs.
Okay.
No, seriously, you're clutching up. They're literally
Okay. And as you hold that action, Mobius, what do you do?
I don't go. Yeah, I'll go.
Can I? Well, if it's my turn, and I have the movement, I will go back, throw another one, and then go back.
Okay, Acid.
Or could I do it?
So you'd be right
Yeah,
here.
only
Throw a
3.
sword,
There you go.
and then run back up the stairs.
Go ahead and roll with disadvantage.
Can I make it past this, like all the way up the stairs with that?
No.
Or would he be on
What's
the
your
stairs?
You would be on the
It'd
stairs.
be 30. So then your action will go.
My thing wouldn't go into it.
Yeah, so I'll just go off.
Okay, so you just go off.
Wait, where did I start? Oh, I went back.
You
Yeah, I'll
start-
just get off the stairs.
Okay,
I'll
so
hold my action
yes.
until I can see one.
Okay.
And like that.
Okay.
We actually have to try.
Or else we die.
It's super bad.
Yeah, the second your last foot
One
goes
is
off the
in the
stairs,
tree.
you see my hands grab my flask of water.
It's
Grabs
like a
tops.
ramp.
Yeah.
Slippery ramp. That's so good.
You're
Okay.
slipping.
So top of the round. So top of the round, everybody is running up the stairs and bracing for this tight, close quarter combat. As all of you ready your
You
action.
should grab that big rock and throw it at you.
Okay, and up. So go ahead and pop off with your action.
I set myself 30 feet back from the stairs.
Okay, you couldn't go 30 feet.
Oh,
You could go
okay.
up top. One,
And then you.
so you'd be here.
So is the stairs just difficult terrain now, or is it mega scary?
It's difficult to run.
That works.
So as you fling your water forward, it slicks and you can see it glisten across as this brown ice almost completely slick, or completely translucent across the steps. And go ahead and roll with disadvantage.
Damn, they're already curving?
Yes.
Was that their turn?
Yes.
Oh. Disadvantage. Oh, natural one. On disadvantage, yeah.
I won't make you roll to confirm,
Okay.
but he will take his opportunity to take an extra 5 feet.
Epic.
As you sort of hesitate a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
and you throw it, and he sidesteps, lands into the ground, and top of the turn order, Murphy, you're back up.
Alright, I will mind spike the individual out the stairs.
Go for it. No. Go ahead and roll double damage.
Alright.
It's a critical fail.
No more.
7 damage.
7. So as
And
he reaches the top of the stairs, you take the opportunity as Mobius furls the sword. He sidestep. He looks forward and is faced with Owen as he launches into the skeleton. You see it shatter.
After the skeleton shatters into bits and splats against the walls, you can see Owen's gaunt face has a slight smile.
Mobius, what do you do?
Can we get like an updated? Is this it?
They're not on the stairs, so you can't see them. They're in the basement.
Is that where we all are? How we're stacked?
Yes.
It's not very. It's like
It
fantastic.
goes you, gentleman, Murphy, all in a row, facing the stairs.
We didn't like just something like that.
Nope.
I'll use my car reaction to say, let's just keep moving back. Just keep pelting them from afar.
I do have 2 more swords. I'm going to use them to. I have rope.
Okay.
I'm going to take. How wide are the stairs? I'm gonna trip.
5 feet.
5 feet. I have 200 feet. I'm going to
Okay.
take 10 of it. I'm going to double rope it. I'm going to sword it, so I'm going to finish up the triple rope. In
Okay.
theory.
So it's like a tripwire. Go ahead and roll a survival to get that up quick.
Is that wisdom?
Yes.
Yeah.
19.
19?
No, total 20.
Total 20. So yeah, it goes off without a hitch, and you're able to set it up, and you turn the sword to the side, blade facing forward, so they don't cut their own rope.
And then I will move back.
Okay.
I'll move probably in this corner.
Further.
Further. I take
Further
one
away,
more.
further away.
Okay, so
keep
you go
going.
1, 2, 3, and then do you go into the right room?
No.
Towards exit.
Four.
Get
I
out.
want to fall back as many.
Yeah, we need to get a better. I don't know. Are we gonna get a better choke point?
Yeah, we can go back to
We don't want a choke point. We do not want to engage in melee.
Fair. I run.
Okay. So you are out of that section. Okay.
Because I know you'll right.
It's too dangerous.
We're very scared boys.
Whoa.
Yes. They looked at Owen and went 16.
Wait.
That's a double.
Oh, I didn't get my.
I know. It's one off of being double of mine.
Did we skip me?
No, you're at the bottom.
No, I don't.
Oh.
Yes.
He did his thing.
Thought they went twice.
I just rolled for 9.
They're at the bottom, and you had no opportunity to use your ready action.
Oh.
Then go down.
Is it good?
And they slip in the ice.
Okay, there we go. Hold on, experiencing technical difficulties. There we go.
You can just take them all.
Worst case, we can
Okay.
continue back.
So go ahead with your ready action.
I don't think I didn't hold one. I fired the firebolt before I went up the
And then
stairs.
you went up, that's
Yeah,
it?
I didn't have the
Okay.
ready action.
So they get caught slipping on the ice, and you're up.
Then I'll use my action to fire. 17.
17?
7 damage.
7.
There. We're trying to.
Okay. Okay. So as you launch a fireball, it catches their head, and as he's catching fire, he's trying to put it out, and he just can't do it. As he is gone again.
Yeah. The most use out of fireball I've ever.
How many more are there?
I'll spend the rest
This
of
is
my
the
30
last
feet.
one.
I'll spend the 30 feet movement to go out the follow Mobius.
Okay.
Just go down the hallway. I'll use my bonus action to draw my dagger. In case.
Okay.
Not used it yet. Just.
Huh?
It'll be
Okay.
Yep.
So how the round goes, Murphy, you're able to mind spike one into oblivion as he's just shakes, splatters. You throw a sword to no avail, duck behind, and run as you, after setting a trap. Skeletons can't get past the ice or the trap, so as they get caught on the stairs, you firebolt. He slips trying to catch it out and splatters and clatters to the back. And as he hits his back, you can see his ribs break, and he doesn't have the strength to get back up as he burns away. and the last skeleton races and faces forward as Murphy, you're back.
I'll take another 30 feet back and cast Mind Strike towards him once again.
Okay. Save. Okay, go ahead and roll double damage. Another critical fail.
Absolutely amazing.
That is best case scenario.
That is poggers.
5 damage.
Who get a poggers?
I'll take. That's okay.
5 damage. Okay.
And his reduction is by 1.
Go ahead and roll another one for that.
2.
Ooh.
Hilarious.
Oh.
That was-
So he rolled a 0, and as you sort of send Owen forward, and you can see him whisk, and you can see him hold and take the skeleton's arm and just hold it there. And as he's resisting, and he decapitates himself, and it's over.
He's dead? I'll walk around the corner.
Oh,
They're gone.
are you okay, Murphy?
I'm standing next to you.
Oh, you're
Owen's down there.
Oh, you ran towards me. I forgot. Well, are you okay?
Honestly, I don't know how we've become so much more proficient at fighting monsters.
That was much better.
I think the whole playing it safe technique is working out.
Yes. And also actually fighting them instead of trying to just ignore them makes me much better.
I have to agree. So,
We got caught up in our own fear the first time, but I think we found our footing.
I kind of return to the steps and observe to see how much of my water I recover. I assume like using this over and over again is somewhat of a lossy process.
You get most of it back as it's still water.
Yeah.
And with controlled water, it doesn't really have the time to evaporate or melt as you're able to just whisk it back into the water skin. So you don't really lose any.
Nice.
I'll walk down there towards like the center part of that, between the sets of braziers.
And as you enter the basement,
Be careful of traps.
we'll go for a break as it is
crazy.
10:12. So we
already?
will be back at 10:27.
As
We are
been
going to
decimated.
ooh. Did I do that math right?
15-minute break.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
we'll be back at 10:30.
Epic. See you then.
See you soon.
Much.
And we're back into the dungeon. What are you guys doing as you enter the basement? Into this small brazier lit room.
I collect my trap.
Okay.
Ooh, now it's like sword bolas. That'd be kind of epic.
Be very dangerous to throw. Break yourself. How do we feel about taking a short rest? Just sitting down for a couple of moments. I'm okay with all the fighting. I just want to rest for a moment. Maybe take a couple drinks of water.
I mean, it can't hurt. Can you effectively rest and have your bird look around? Or does that take a lot of energy?
I can. The doors are. Did they just burst through the doors?
Yes.
So they're just.
They're
completely
broken open.
Hilarious. No, I don't mind. As long as someone's watching. And I'll send Aster through.
Also, can you see in the dark?
No.
No?
I give you 2 torches.
Okay.
I assume you could just light them on one of those.
Yeah.
Do you light one?
Not yet.
Okay.
We're already sitting next to the lights.
Oh,
Doesn't
is
make
this
much sense.
fire? Sorry, is this fire the same fire that's lit at the beginning of the dungeon?
No.
Different
This
color.
one is actively orange and it's just regular fire.
What was the one at the beginning? It was like purplish.
Yes, it was purple.
Do you want to try to collect the flame at the beginning?
I mean,
It's a strange idea, but what if they could do something?
it might. Depends on how the flame is manifested. If it is a more magical thing, or if it's just like this, and I alter the color of the flame with prestidigitation to green.
Okay.
Wow.
Which one, left or right?
Left. My left.
Well,
Okay.
if I'm correct, don't spells like that not last very long?
Well, I mean, you could always.
Whoa! Nickelodeon!
Whoa!
Big gag.
For the viewers at home.
For the viewers at home, it is green.
It is very green.
It is now green. Do you set it back?
No, not yet.
No, it's too funny.
Okay.
I mean, you could always. There's always. I'm sure there's plenty of ways. I mean, yeah, I'll hold it for a minute. To make these things permanent.
Well, I might go poke around if one of you wants to join me.
I'll just have
Oh,
Aster
that's
go.
all the way at the beginning.
I'm going to have to travel back
yeah,
to the exit.
I'm okay, actually.
I kind of sit myself into the corner and begin to
And drop the concentration.
rack
Okay.
on my ankle. I think I might have hurt myself going through all the steps and climbing on things.
What's wrong?
Just lots of pain whenever I try and move quick. Like my feet or ankles. I'm ready to make a medicine check to try and fix it up a bit.
Go for it.
Just stretch it out. Let's go. Very eloquent.
I'll bring Aster to my arms. Go ahead and explore, little buddy.
8. As you wrap it, it doesn't do much, and you basically just put yourself into a cast.
Are either of you good at doctoring?
Not particularly.
I skimmed some books in the day. I don't think I could help you. Let me see.
I just wrapped some cloth around my ankle.
It looks incredible. Can I try?
Go for it.
See if I know anything.
It would be a medicine intelligence.
Just intelligence. I got 14.
That's the dying.
14. It doesn't make sense to be wisdom in this situation.
Understandable.
Yeah,
What did you get?
14.
In that case, then
14?
I'll try.
As you adjust it, you feel the strain at the bottom of the foot, as if it had been torqued. And as you start to set it back, you hear Murphy go, and you let it go. As you figure you don't know what you're doing, you might as well just leave it.
I didn't want to hurt you anymore. Do you know anything about an ankle being messed up?
Same thing. It's just come across it in text. Not really studied it, but
I guess don't put too much weight on it.
Well, that's why I have the cane, really.
If you want me to try, I can, but I can't guarantee anything.
I don't want to touch it anymore. I don't want to make it worse. Blue light.
It might
Sorry
be
for the
worth the
viewers at
attempt.
home. I couldn't set the light back on the software,
So we went to Lowe's.
so I just
Those kind of
replaced it with an entirely new thing. And so they just reacted to the TV just going, whoop, whoop.
I'd be willing to let you try if you'd like to.
Sure.
Just don't hurt me too much.
Ooh!
Let me see you.
Ouch! So as you go back, and you figure Mobius is used to eating people, however, you're used to examining and working with people through magic. Therefore, using your hands wouldn't be as difficult. And as you go to adjust it, you hear a and instead of setting it back, you feel your foot break as you lose another 5 feet of movement down to 10 feet.
Damn. Should be good now. Yeah, it'll hurt for a little bit, but
Did you? How's it look, Josh?
It is very swollen and brown and purple and brown.
So did?
no guarantees.
I hope there was paperwork involved at the least.
Nope.
You might have grounds to sue this man.
Ow.
I have nothing.
I'd hate to say this, but it may be best to go back to town and search for a remedy. Since our friend is gone.
I'll have Aster continue through, and if
What time is it now?
It is
6,
about 7.
40?
I'm willing to stay for an hour or two longer, but I don't want to be in this dungeon at night. And traveling the roads at night as well may be dangerous with the criminal we talked about earlier.
And the more time we get, I don't want you walking on that foot. So, let's have Asta, is it? Look through a few more rooms, and if there's nothing, we can peruse. But if there is, we'll just hopefully be on our way, and hopefully the skeletons will not be back tomorrow.
Yes.
So I'll just lean against one of the walls and let Aster fly down the hallway.
I'll do the same with
Okay.
Owen at the top of the stairs to watch over our backs.
Roll perceptions. Does Owen have dark vision?
He's at the top of the stairs. Is it still dark in there?
It's about 7 or 8, so it's night.
You're right. He does not, I don't believe.
Then disadvantage. But
Let me double check.
No, 17.
17 with disadvantage?
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Oh, he does have dark vision.
Okay, then never mind flat.
And that was a 18.
18? Okay. To sum yours up, is it Ferret or Spectre?
Spectre.
Spectre. Okay, so Spectre Owen, Inspector Owen,
Inspector.
just sort of phases his way up and adjusts into the crypt and watches forward as there is a very unnerving stillness as you expect something to come crawling or creeping across as you hear skittering around you, but
I'll have them be extra cautious of if scratches appear in the ceiling again.
but you don't see anything like that. And then with the 17, as these rooms are extremely dark, Aster's able to fly into this room with no open walkways. It's shut off by doors. So as there's one over to this larger 15 by 15 foot room is shut off by a wall in the middle, a door on the far wall, right in the middle of it. As you enter through the broken door, right down to the opposite wall, facing back the way you came, is another wooden door. And they seem to be regular wood, like any sort of regular, just sort of sheet plane door, but from what you can tell, it seems like they were put there after construction, as they're very rudimentary. And then you can see the brass pots with the same ferns again.
I'll have Aster come back and drop out of his vision and hearing. And it's pretty much just a dead end. It's just two doors and Aster can't get through them.
Shall I have Owen go and face through?
Sure.
I'll send him down.
Okay. Do you trade places, or do you just face through?
I'll have Owen face through and assume he'll train places. He probably will.
Okay. Do you go to the left door or the right door?
We'll go through the left door.
Okay. I'm assuming it's this one that I'm moving towards?
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
As he faces through, you can see another room. It seems more like a broken bedroom, with the skeletons swaying back and forth, looking at different objects in different corners. As there is a ruined bed in the far right, a demolished chair in the far left, and then a table in the center caved in, with papers scattered across all of the floor, and crates right by the door frame to the right, broken into. And you can see one skeleton just sort of swaying back and forth, looking into the crates, one looking at the papers, and another looking at the chair.
I'll kind of say through my own mouth, I've seen more skeletons. At least 3 in one room.
At least.
And I'll kind of have Owen. Is the bed like destroyed or like soiled?
It's so the legs of it are splayed out as the actual frame of it is shattered in two, almost like something bared down and crushed it.
From like the like shambles of crushed furniture, does it look like they like retrieved anything?
No.
I'll have Owen exit the room quietly.
Okay.
And then check the other door as well.
As you go through, you see a different sort of skeleton, very reminiscent of the one in the graveyard, except with its usual puffy garb, as with the golden bands. Instead, they are black, with the same sort of embroidery around it, and has a helmet placed across with a band across the front, showing the face, but instead placing 2 bricks down the side, showing just this part of the skull, and around it in this deep blackened bronze. And then it also has 2 cauldrons on both sides.
Yes. Other than him standing in the room, does the destroyed stuff look like that he gathered anything from it?
Nope.
And kind of like peering behind him, but staying up away from him as not to touch him. I'll own it and see if he can see down the hallway behind him.
Okay, go ahead and roll a stealth to try and briskly brush past him.
Or I'm not brushing past him as much as I want to stand like near the table and just kind of look over his shoulder.
Roll a perception.
It is 12.
12, okay. So you're able to see behind him is another door, and past that you can't really garner anything.
Yeah. Just wildly going through the walls would not be worthwhile either.
Yeah, wouldn't be super beneficial.
I'll have Owen kind of slyly trace back.
Okay.
And once he returns, I'll kind of drop my sight through his eyes.
Okay.
It seems we're going to have to fight at least 3 more skeletons in one room, and one larger, most likely stronger than the gardener skeleton in another. He's by his lonesome at the moment, but because of the windingness of the hallways, it might be difficult to try and convince them out. trap them again like we have before.
I just know if we get surrounded, we're done.
Would the pack of three
They
be
look
different?
the same as the ones we fought before.
It's probably wisest to go with them first.
If you're comfortable.
I would only be comfortable if we provoked them again and fought them the same way as we did these.
Right.
Perhaps positioning some of the coffins that are down this hallway as a larger blockade would be nice.
Are these like what are they called? The fire things?
The braziers.
The braziers. Are those like in the ground?
Yes.
Or are they just super heavy? They're in the ground.
They are these pots with a steel pole placed down and attached, sort of ironwork together,
Yeah.
and that arc down into these bowls that are a lot like the fern pots, but instead are a lot higher. As you can tell, they're deeper in with a good amount of charcoal built up at the bottom.
I'll walk up to the other. Are those other two ones braziers as well?
Those are
Beside-
just pots.
Those are just pots. Okay.
No ferns,
Oh.
no nothing.
Can you is this fire magical?
Is it?
If it's been on for this
Roll
long,
Arcana.
it must be.
24.
24? No. You instantly get no feeling of mana or energy. It seems kept up.
Can you put it out with a spell easily?
Yeah. I just snap and one of them goes out.
We could spread the coals.
I'll bring it back real quick.
We could spread, while it's not on fire, we could spread the coals down in the hallway so they have to walk through it. And you could light it. Would that work?
We may need some
Also,
oil or
They're skeletons.
lamp oil to really try and get it going. Most fires don't just start in an instant.
But we don't really want to cause a huge fire down here.
True.
It'll make it impassable.
Where will the smoke go?
Yeah, it's true.
The skeletons won't mind the smoke at all.
We have to make a bonfire. I don't have to burn them alive. Or burn them dead.
So what's the plan?
We can try to barricade up the door, but we're gonna need something. My worry is that if we start kiting the three, the stronger one you mentioned will follow, just based off of the noise. And if we're still in the room when it opens its door,
We could get pincered.
precisely.
Well, I would say possibly not, because when Owen was first attacked by by the monsters, skeleton things, they broke down two different doorways, directly connecting to the rooms that the other skeletons were in.
Right, but those. I'm saying if the larger skeleton joins the combat, we want to minimize their numbers.
They don't seem very keen on joining each other much unless we provoke them immediately. Because I provoked the other two first before the ones in the first room.
Right. Well, in any case, it will probably do us some good to move these braziers closer to the entrance, so that you can see them a bit better.
I'm not strong enough to move one.
Fair enough.
I don't think if all of us tried we could.
I guess you've been using. I think it should be fine. Now it's just a matter of breaking them out one at a time.
Is there something we'd like to do now, or possibly tomorrow?
I would like to get this done now, but thinking. Mobius, if you'd help me move some of those coffins up there, over towards the entrance, we can set up more than just a tripping hazard near those front doors. I'll be able to get the doors open.
Perhaps rather than Owen just simply provoking them and then leading them forward, you could make an attack against them and then dash away.
I can attack them from there, from that end, and run down.
I just mean I can cast spells through Owen. So,
Likely do it at the same time then.
yes.
I can.
Two of them out at once.
I don't have much prowess in what you two are speaking of, so whatever I can do to be helpful.
Could
I
the
think-
squirrels help?
No. They are in Dwarvish.
Oh.
Can you scroll towards the entrance of, or not the stairs, the other way?
Okay.
The busted door.
If you could stand in this corner here and ambush them when they round it, that would at least be effective. I should be able to take one, hopefully two out, and with your help, we might get all three before they even make it through. I'm just worried about the larger one.
If we can't keep up with how many there are, I will get surrounded.
I believe we can.
I admire your confidence.
To be honest, the two of us can easily defeat at least one. He's defeated many on his own, and should one of them get close enough to attack you, I can make him weak to your attacks.
I'm willing to do it. I'm just... Let's see how the barricade goes first.
Yes. You'd help me move some of these empty coffins, place them around that exit door. But, so, we're gonna place them
Okay.
sort of
I'll just follow his instructions.
ringing around this.
I'll
So
stay
that-
seated. And then
Go ahead and roll a strength with advantage for me.
Natural 20.
Okay, so you get
So-
one.
19.
We push it.
So you get one
That's fine.
very easily as you guys just heave ho and pick it up. And you said ring?
Sort of just, yeah, perfectly like that. I'm
Okay.
just gonna stack them on top of each other so that it requires more of a
It's
effort
not
to
just-
get up there.
It's not just difficult to
Yeah.
It's like a
Gotcha.
big
Okay.
chunk.
Go. How many do you
Just
take?
two.
Just two? Okay,
Yeah,
go
so
ahead
they
and
can
roll
still,
again.
How tall are they?
They're about like 2 feet up.
Okay, yeah, just two, just so I can still fire over them. 9.
9. Okay, well, this one will take a while. This one will take like a solid 15 minutes with breaks. As you guys are like picking it up. As you move that one,
yeah.
got very excited, and then you're just out of breath.
Nate, stop.
As you're moving like a solid
Sorry,
10,
slow it
15
down,
more
slow it
feet. And then when you go to actually lifting it up, you have to get Murphy's help as well.
you need to twist it to get it through the door. You need twist
Yeah,
it.
I'll go this way.
No, bugger up.
Fighting against each other.
No, one of you twisting the wrong way. Twist to your right. Both of you twist to your right.
Both go left. Well, you went right. I went to your.
So what do you guys do?
Okay. And then I will sit right there.
Just hold on a little more. I can see what's going on.
Yeah, let me move everybody first.
So, if you want to stand back in this corner, and I'll, you will probably do the same, but further back.
Yes.
I position myself at the bottom of the stairs.
And so you're going
Okay.
to cast at them as long as you can.
And
Exactly.
Owen will be
What the hell?
with you both.
I believe, and I pull out the staff that I had in my belt. I believe I figured out how this thing works, and it should help.
Okay. For future reference, should I set up the trip rope anywhere? So we all know it's set up. I could always put it in my choke points so they could potentially fall over.
Sure. Yeah.
But you have to remember to skip over it.
Yes. It's fine. put it right in that doorway there. And as long as I'm not a blabbering fool, I'll remember it.
I will take this time to do that and tell Murphy.
Okay, roll survival.
Wisdom 17.
17. Okay.
Okay.
I'll stand in that corner.
And I'll pass a message to Murphy. Say, if you want to bring Owen up, now would be the time.
I respond, he's already there.
Good to know.
You feel a slight cold brush over your shoulder.
Oh, hey, buddy. Okay. I will activate the staff so that it extends to its longbow form,
Okay.
and I'll cast Mage Hand.
When you do that, Owen kind of like places his hands on your chest for a moment, and then he positions himself over here so that he can mind spike the first one.
Gotcha.
I'll have Mage Hand reach over to the doorknob and open it.
Okay. Is that
This door.
that
Yes.
door? Okay.
The one with the 3 skeletons behind it.
Yes.
Okay. As you open it, you're able to peer into it, and you don't hear or see any immediate movement.
Okay. I will. I'm gonna throw a fireball in there.
Okay, so you just boom.
Yep.
As you do,
We get lucky. We get lucky. We get lucky. We get lucky.
you see
I'm feeling.
you see one move towards it, and then peer in and see you. And roll initiative.
Okay.
13.
Today, 21.
21.
Oh boy.
22.
Alright, guys.
I hit my spellcasting bonus to my initiative.
Let's go.
Okay. So one more time.
22.
22.
Also 22.
22. Who's higher dex?
Plus 4.
Plus 4.
Plus 1.
Plus 1. Okay. So it goes gentle. Murphy, what you get?
13.
13. Okay.
Also okay.
Thank you, Mesh. Just for reminding me. Looking down on me.
I mean, it's above average.
You roll the dice.
Spin around. There you go.
You did it.
Okay. Gentle. What do you do as one enters your field of vision?
Yeah, as soon as it enters, I'll draw back the bow as the magical ammunition forms out of nothing, and then fire it. I miss with an 11.
Okay. So as you set, pull it back, shield. And then Owen mind spikes.
Yes.
I will
Okay.
move back 10 feet.
Was that your ready action or was that your turn?
That's my turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
50.
Yeah, right there. Right there.
Okay. Failed.
Alright.
Yo.
4 damage.
Okay.
And a reduction of 4.
He's fat.
Woo! Rolled a 0, so that's enough.
That's so
As-
fun. I will be moving back. to
As
there,
Owen
okay?
goes into him and splatters another one.
Owen is cracked.
Yeah.
And you can kind of like see the splattering from above it, and you hear a kind of ghostly haunting laugh.
I only hear
Down
it's
that
turn
way.
around.
You're up.
Oh yeah.
I don't think they're gonna be here for a second. I'm gonna try to stealth at least.
Go for it.
Just kind of calm down, just corner.
Go for it.
Oh, you're gone.
I was gonna use his movement to go to the other side of the door, so they don't expect him there.
Gotcha.
So I got a 23.
23. Gotcha. Okay.
My
So they-
stone skin.
So they're up. And they're gonna start moving.
You can tell we're nervous. We're like, hey, this is for fun.
You see,
let's keep it that way.
I play this game to beat Josh.
No. No.
Wait a minute, that wasn't the plan.
Big Skelly, he's back.
as you see one, as you hear one crash through and then turn and boom, boom,
What, does he just go through it?
They went through the door. They went through it.
woo! And then you see him like rip one of the coffins down and step into the other one, facing you. And as he does that, you see his arm unentangle all the bones and weave together into this sickly charcoal black blade. As you hear a
Go.
from inside of his arm, as you can see souls wisp into it and lock inside of the bone and create this skeletal sword.
Ruh-roh. Hayes, how far away are you?
Our good friend Hayes, please arrive.
Please arrive right now.
Roll a dread save, as this is the
Alright.
first time you have seen that.
I'm seeing through Owen's
It's
eyes
not
trying
that.
to
It's
as
not
well.
that bad.
Is it the same effect as the one in the scroll? The second scroll we picked up.
Kind of sounds like it.
6,
Insight check.
7. Yeah, that will be an insight, like no mean.
That would be. It's a whiz save, right?
Yes.
That's a
Do I need to
15.
make it as well because of Owen's eyes?
Yes.
Shit, save first. Dang it.
Oh,
What'd you get?
15.
I got a total 20. No, the insight check.
Shit. We don't have
Total 20?
Yes, total 20.
Total 20? Okay, then both of you are chilling. As you brace yourself up and go, I didn't think you could do that.
Oh no!
As
There are two of them.
what happens? So you step forward, launch your bow. The skeleton blocks it and braces. However, Owen's able to pick up the slack as he ambushes him, animates into him, and shatters him. And you can see a wisp of a Murphy silhouette standing in the doorframe, and it whisks away. However, as you hide and hold your action, slink into the shadows, and sort of align yourself with the wall, you hear the crashing of two separate doors as two skeletons are bursting from different locations and rush into this room. Gentle, what do you do?
Alright, so I'm gonna.
I'm gonna.
I'm gonna shoot the bow. The magic bow.
Attaboy.
Okay.
At the big one, we gonna miss with a 10.
With a 10? Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn,
And then we're
no.
gonna run 30 feet back, not forgetting to jump over the tripwire.
Okay. I won't make you roll a dex because you knew it was there.
Did you tell me? How scared this motherfucker look?
We killed one of them. That's the good news. Bad news is there's another one. Another big one.
Oh shit. I don't know whether to run.
Owen, what do you do?
Owen will phase through them to get down the length of the hallway.
Okay.
and Basically be hovering above the hole,
Okay.
and then mind spike the large guy that's burst
Oh
onto
no,
it.
32 damage, man.
I know what he has. Prototype 2.
Nope. Go for it.
Absolutely.
Bruh.
5 damage
5. Okay.
and a reduction of 1.
1. Okay. So as he launches it forward and you can see it rattle his skull, you can see him brace and it barely phase him as he just holds his ground forward.
Can I move myself, or do I have to leave Owen before I can move Murphy?
You can move yourself.
Okay. Then I will start to shamble up the stairs.
Okay. You are at
God damn it.
you are at the midsection.
Alright.
Let me
As
show
you
you.
see me-
Let me show you real quick.
Whoop. I'll kind of call back towards Gentle and it's like, just getting a head start.
Understandable.
If I hear that, I'm ready to leave.
Mobius, what do you do?
Hearing that. Ooh. It simply isn't possible.
You are hidden.
You're him.
You make all your attacks at advantage.
So even if I fail Dread, I can just close my eyes and roll flat.
You fuck them up. Pretty good.
And the other guys behind you can easily be killed by gentlemen. The other big guy you have no time to run away.
Yeah, as long as I don't roll a 5 or less.
I'm going to hold my action
Okay.
to destroy
Okay. First one.
whatever walks through first,
Okay.
and then actually have my turn at some point. Ooh, I should do. I can't do more.
I really
Seven.
miss my
Those
Okay. Go ahead and roll your attacks as one rushes through and breaks through. Oh no, that door's already broken.
Does he
Never
trip?
mind. Oh, yep, Dexter.
-1.
Yes, he do.
Is he prone?
He does trip, and you can see him clatter down. So go ahead and
never
roll
expect
with
the kiss.
advantage.
Going full underbite. Oh no.
Under
That's double
Epic.
advantage.
21.
Imagine you're like
21, you
walking
got
to
him.
your fridge at night,
Okay.
and then you
Do you want me to
trip
do
and
all
you're
of
a
them?
monster in the shadow.
Huh?
You want to do all of them?
Yeah, do all of them.
Into the ground. Every
18.
you're up.
Okay.
Does that hit?
Yes.
That'd be so like the color
And
would
21
from
again.
your face.
And then 20 again. You got him.
I need 64. I have 1, so give me 5.
He now has 2.
I was just forgetting.
I now have 3.
Here are 2 more.
Thank you.
You need one more?
I will give 1 back.
Okay.
And take.
You don't want the DM dice?
The good
They're
variety.
cursed. We can't use them.
Cocked. Oh my god, there's so many bad ones. That's.
Let's go.
It's
Oh my
still.
God.
But I still. That was this.
Oh no.
That doesn't add up. I need a single more.
Oh, wow.
Confusion.
Ah.
There he goes. There he goes.
So, automatic 12,
Okay.
and then
Additional.
plus.
No,
9 plus 5 is 14. 14 more.
Okay, so 26.
Alright.
Give me the full back.
I don't know. This one?
Yes.
This
One of
is.
those two, yeah.
And that was my little.
Wait. That's
Yep. Okay.
Is he alive?
No.
Oh,
Let's go.
Great.
I went Tasmanian.
Yep.
So as they shuffle to. Rejoin, to catch up to you guys, top of the round, you fire.
It's a new weapon. I'm getting used to it.
You fire, it goes wide and doesn't hit any of the horde, and you just sort of shake it and go, fuck, and keep going, and spout out what you say to the other two. Murphy, you have Owen go back and try and rattle the top one, the big one, and it doesn't really do much as you catch a glimpse of another one breaching the distance and getting back into the main room as you just sort of hobble your way up the stairs. And then as one launches forward and gets caught and falls, you take the opportunity to dig both of your claws into it and just crush up the bones with your brachial fingers and rip it apart.
I give him the
And then you give him a solid thumbs up.
Did it break the rope?
Yes.
Then I will use my movement to
Rope save. No, it did not break the rope.
Oh, it didn't?
It did not break the rope.
Then I will stay.
Okay. Gentle, you're up.
Okay. I'll hold my. Where am I? I can't see.
Down the hallway.
Shift.
A section.
You are right here.
All right. Yeah. I'm gonna. Can you scroll a little bit further? Okay. I'll take one more step,
Okay.
so I'm silhouetted.
Yeah, so I look like the main character.
That's me, guys. Okay.
Is that the guy from the Hit Movies?
And then
It's the guy.
hold the bow and apparate another arrow and
Okay.
just hold my action for to actually hit this time.
You knock the apparition.
Yeah.
You can try.
Yeah.
I'll look
Whatever
At
comes through.
you. I'll look at
Okay.
you. My pupils are probably the size of a dot made with a pen.
You're up. What does Owen do?
Owen will first mind spike the largest individual coming through.
Saves.
Damn.
No result. And then he will run.
Okay.
And I will continue going up the stairs. He moves.
I lied.
Oh.
It was 1 under. Did the math wrong. Go for it.
Absolutely great.
Ooh.
Solid 2 damage and a reduction of.
That's good.
3.
Yo.
Arguably better.
Yes.
And you are not able to clear the stairs and go back up into the next floor, but you're 1 space away.
Sounds good.
Okay. Mobius, what do you do?
Re-stealth.
Okay, go ahead.
Good thing skeletons
Yeah.
are done.
It's a good idea too. Well, you won't get the like.
Well, did I have advantage because I was stealth or he was prone? Or
He was
both?
prone
Both.
and you had stealth,
Okay. So in case it's insurance.
Yeah.
I got.
but you won't be able to. You can't hold your action.
I can't hold my action. I got a 15.
15. Okay. They will begin to move.
Which one you used to do?
No, he falls prone.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make your attacks.
I couldn't hold my action because I stealth.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. And then he will fall prone, and then he will use 15 feet of movement
I would
to
fire.
stand back up.
Oh, okay, I'll fire.
So go ahead and fire them.
Does that stop the other one from moving forward though? That whole cadaver.
Yeah, because he's stuck there.
22.
22?
Yeah.
You got him.
22.
Fine.
Great dice.
Oh god. 12 damage.
Dang.
12. Okay.
Oh, sorry, 11.
11. Never mind.
+1, not +2.
Those reductions work well with such traps.
Yes.
And then you will see another as his arm will do the same thing as the other one as it reorganizes, draws the soul,
one came through.
and he makes another blade and holds it. And they will move and hold their actions. So this is what happens at the top of the round. So you place your bow down, draw it, and you think, fuck's sake, I'm gonna hit it. and as you hold there, Owen rattles another head, and you can see that it's less and less effective. As you're like, oh fuck. As they brush past, one trips, falls, and is able to stand back up as you hide back into a corner.
Just my Disney eyes.
You see him draw his blade as you are able to ping him with an arrow, and a little part of you celebrates. While the larger part of you goes, oh shit. And what do you do?
Alright, I'll do another one.
Okay.
You knock an aberrant arrow.
Oh, yeah.
I like that phrase.
25.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Aim small, miss small.
You've taken my luckiness.
Yep. 12 damage.
Damn.
12 damage. Okay.
Did the rope save?
And as he holds there and pauses, you lock eyes with him as you
Bye-bye.
and you see his head fling back, brush between the other two skeletons, and knock back into the wall as the arrow dissipates into force, and he's gone.
Damn.
Owen, what do you do?
Oh, I'm an idiot.
Can you move the map down a little bit so I can see what's coming?
Two skills. Owen will move closer
Should
to the
feel this
gentleman
Okay.
and ensure that he's not in the way of his bolts.
Also, rope check. If it's broke, get a break.
Yes.
No.
And Owen will mind spike once again towards the two skeletons.
Soldier.
Fails.
Nice. 2 damage.
Novice.
2? Okay.
Reduction of 2 as well.
So this one you see is a lot more effective as this one shakes and rattles.
And Murphy will start to wander his way back down the stairs like a dilapidated grandpa.
Nope.
Okay. Mobius, what do you do?
That's a wicked look.
I am still stealth to my knowledge.
Yes.
I hold my action.
Okay.
Attack.
So They run in. Go ahead.
The big guy.
22.
Smack him on the ground.
22. 22 for the first one.
Yep.
Oh my god. 25.
Gets
And
2
a
shots.
bonus action. Natural 20. Whoa, and with advantage I got a 1 and a 20. That's kind of epic.
That's good. That's good.
Interesting.
So then, do I confirm
You'd
that?
love to see it.
Oh, wait. So, these are 3 attacks.
Yes.
Does it have black? I'll scroll to confirm the other one. No. Okay, so that's a crit.
Do you hold the last one for the next guy, or?
I assume it would happen because I would go boop boop and then keep going.
So would you just rattle into this one guy?
All in.
It's up to your rules disclosure, honestly.
I would say that you would rattle into this one guy unless you had the intent of only going until he was down.
I wouldn't know that there was more, so I'm just gonna rattle him.
Okay.
I wanted to be fair. Okay, yeah, Jesus. 11.
He's gone.
Okay. Then so the crit just happens to the dead enemy.
Yep.
I
Insert
And
JoJo
this next
reference.
one pops up. Does he hit you? Yes, he does.
attackers.
And you take 6 damage. Roll system shock.
I fail
Recovery.
Okay.
with a 5. I family guy fall.
With a 5.
Sprained ankle.
Okay. With a 5, he runs in. Top of the round. Here's what's happened. You're able to plant another arrow into the larger, more foreboding
How much damage do you
skeleton. 6.
do?
As it knocks into his head and sends him flying, and he rattles to the floor. The next one simply steps over him. As you rattle him, he shakes, but still keeps pressing on as Mobius swipe, and keeps going as a skeleton just reaches down and jabs right into his back, and you can see it press through and go through his shoulder.
A full growl.
As you hear him shriek and cry out as it rings out, and you can't take your reaction.
W. That was the best case scenario.
Yes. As it's back to the top. Gentlemen, what do you do?
Another arrow. Let's get it.
Kraken bolt.
Oh. 27 to hit.
Some
You
monstrous
miss.
individual.
I believe you.
9 damage.
Okay, and he's gone.
As his sword is still in me.
As he pulls it out, Gentle recovers the slack, pulls it up, pulls, and he's gone.
I'm gonna roll a wisdom save not to just go monkey on that skeleton.
Okay.
I'm fine. I'm not that mad.
Okay.
I will like
I'll walk over to Mobius. You okay?
about that getting used to being stabbed thing. It's going to take some time.
As I said, yes. It takes a while.
I'm okay. What about tomorrow? And I will just walk past you.
Alright.
And bloody.
Yes, you are.
Free kill.
How far do you go?
Oh, I walk away from that
Yeah.
direction.
Oh, okay.
I wait for you to meet me at the stairs and kind of raise my arm out to kind of wrap it around you. Should you allow me to?
Yeah, 100%. I'll sit next to you. Are you sitting on the stairs?
Yeah.
I'll sit next to you.
I do not follow them.
Okay.
I will
I'm going to watch over my friend gentleman.
stealthily
Please.
continue
And
past and try to investigate the area.
Go ahead and roll for stealth.
Owen goes with. In order to ensure safety.
Oh yeah. Natural 20 for a
Oh.
26.
Okay.
Very good.
Which direction do you go?
I will go right.
No.
So as you begin to hush your footsteps and take one lighter than the other, roll an investigation as you step into this room.
Crit.
25.
25. Walking past
Sherlock Holmes.
the bigger skeletons, you can garner that one of your scrolls probably does that. However, you don't know if it would hurt or not, or the depths of what would happen. And you can see that on these skeletons' armor are runes instead of just the regular family embroidery, that sort of thing. And regular armor, there are pressed the same phrase that you saw when first entering the tomb around. And as you pause and take a look at around the walls, you begin to see this phrase all around you, scrawled and scratched in, as if an episode of Mania took place.
Uh-oh.
Mania on HBO. I haven't seen that episode.
And that's in this center room, or?
That's the center room, the one you're in now. So do you go this way
Yeah.
towards the back where you came? Okay. And as you step into this more empty area, you can see the broken table and these papers off into the corner.
I'll look for any traps surrounding that area.
Go ahead and roll an investigation.
You can also easily feel Owen's presence as he places an arm on your shoulder once again.
Hi, Owen. 11.
11. There's nothing from what you can see. It seems like this is just an average room.
I'll take a peek at the papers.
Roll an Arcana.
11.
As you flip through them, they look like formulas to something. You can't garner anything because these are weirdly in Dwarven compared to the other regular papers. These are not scrolls. So instead of being abyssal, they seem to be arithmetic in Dwarven.
Alright. I'll take them. How many are there?
There's about 10,
Scattered.
10 sheets scattered.
I'll just take them for later study.
Okay.
Potion. I can actually use that new thing they have to heal. But I'm not going to. I'm going to bitch about the new hole in my jacket.
And what's further down?
You see another door.
Door check. Door check. I will not open this one.
Okay.
I'll go to the other room, because I remember hearing the skeleton burst through. So I know I won't have to open the door on that side.
It's so epic. I imagine you just standing there, but Owen's with you because you can see your breath. That's epic.
As you enter this room, you see this ruined bedroom with more of the same notes that you have seen before, but no cobwebs of any sort. It seems obviously not kempt, but still lived in. And as you look down to the other room, you can see, very similarly to the rest, another basically a funeral for someone you don't know. Well, obviously, but as you look around,
That'd be weird.
Is that Martin?
you can see the brass pots to either side, and this coffin looks astoundingly more ornate, with what looks to be golden skeleton hands wrapping around the bottom of it, almost like holding it up and cradling it and pushing it forward as they're holding it up. It's pressed open freshly, as you can see the hinge of the door is swaying back and forth still. And on the inside, you can see this red velvet.
So the door is swinging.
The door is swung, and you can see the creak of a broken hinge as it goes back and forth.
Ooh, I'll just back up into the doorway and wait.
Okay.
Because if it's swinging, that means someone nudging
An
it.
individual came through.
Yeah.
Which way is the door broken in?
So it's facing this way. The door swung out.
Oh, I thought you meant the hinges of the coffin.
Yes.
Okay, then I do that.
Not the hinges of the door. The hinges
Oh,
of
so
the
I was
coffin is bursted open,
Uh-huh.
and you can see the door adjusted to about a 45-degree angle as the hinge is flattened out and looks to be bouncing still.
Oh, fuck.
I'll back up into the room and send Asterman.
Owen will also kind of approach and kind of peer into the coffin to look at the individual to see if he's.
There's nothing inside. It's just the sack.
Oh, okay. Then it's either invisible or it was the big guy. Big boy.
Do you go back in?
Yeah, I go back in. I'll check for traps.
Roll an investigation.
That large
Oh, 15.
container in the corner.
No, it looks too heavily guarded. And everything seems relatively normal.
Okay. Then I'll walk up to is it a chest or a crate?
Yes, there is a chest back into the back left corner.
I'll check it for any sort of traps or anything.
Able to easily open it as you are sort of lit from this inner shine.
We good?
As a lot of gold shines back at you and different treasures are nestled inside. You can see 2 different scrolls, 2 pendants, identical, almost mirroring each other, as they have these little sharp points on the outside that press into the same design. 5 pink gems
You ready?
and over 100 pieces of gold.
Oh my god.
Owen kind of sifts his hand through it and displaces the pieces.
As you hear the
Well, Owen, we've got our hands full, don't we?
You can see one of the pieces kind of go up into the air and it flicks up into the air, catches, and then what you can
All right.
You'll have to
Don't need to flex on me, Owen.
make
It's
an
okay.
insight check to understand what he's doing next as it kind of raises into the air and then drops.
11.
You can tell he probably tried to bite the coin.
Oh.
as you see it horizontal
I'll check the
and then
scrolls.
drop.
I'm gonna check the scrolls.
Okay. As you look at these are actually in abyssal. Go ahead and roll an arcana.
I will lose my hold on Owen and
23.
there's treasure we may want to catch up.
I don't know.
What'd you get?
23.
Okay. You are able to read the titles of these scrolls as Spinal Whip and Shape Bones. One you can instantly understand as a cantrip that allows you to
Spinal whip and what's
do what it says, shape bones. You can shape bone into whatever you feel like as you press your own mana into it and replicate it instantaneously, as if creating a synthetic soul to shift it around into a new form, and then killing that soul and leaving it be whatever you wish.
Okay.
And then Spinal Whip, as you read through it, it kind of appalls you, as it details growing a detachment from your own spine out. So, from your understanding, it's confusing. Your spine grows like some sort of curvature that shatters into a new spine, and then you're supposed to pull it out and use it as some sort of weapon.
Owen could cast that.
it seems like there's dried blood inside it.
Did you get up and start heading toward him?
No.
Okay.
When you seemed uninterested, I kind of like, yeah.
We're in danger.
And then there were 5 pink gems.
Yes.
That's not what I'm worried about.
And then gold. How much?
175.
Get your money back from that dumb bitch, Roberto.
Who was it?
Don't care. I'm kidding.
How much did you spend on your housing upgrade?
A lot.
Yes.
Okay. No papers.
Nope. Nothing concerning the warehouse.
I put my hand on the. Wow. Total brain fart. Forgot the word. I cannot help. Coffin. Thank you. Oh my god. Yeah.
Jeez.
Pencil just. I put my hand on the coffin. Say, "Oh, sorry, friend," and begin to open it.
As you open it, you can see that there's nothing inside as it was already open.
That's right. Forgot about that. Is there any papers inside?
No.
Isn't it a nice velvet though?
Yep.
Oh, and Rome said you can't feel it.
I
Only I can.
I will go to the other door
Okay.
that I had not explored past. I'll stand right around the corner,
Okay.
the first corner there, so like the diagonal 5-foot step, yeah, that one. And I'll mage hand the door open.
As it swings open, you hear no movement.
Owen will also just walk into the room. Or
Okay.
hover into the room.
And you're not able to see anything. You do see that there are 2 doors about facing directly across from each other, 10 feet forward into the room.
I'll have Aster just sort of skip in so that he's not flying.
Okay.
Just have him skip in, check the area.
Do you enter either? There are closed doors, so do you enter either one?
I have. So there's 2 doors on the right and left.
Yes.
Is there anything along that back wall?
You can see the shine of a couple coins.
I'll move my mage hand over to the door on the right.
Okay.
And open that one.
Then do you have Aster skip in?
Yeah, I'll have Aster peer in.
Okay. As you do, you can see what seems to be some sort of broken arrangement as these chairs are shattered along this smaller 15 by 20 room, as they are shattered along both sides except for in front of a door on the left with some sort of table or stone altar, something leaning forward. You can't really tell what it's for, as there are no papers, there's no statue, there's no nothing. It's just this large stone raised slab.
Okay.
A beautiful sacrificial altar.
I will have. I'm gonna walk into this and pick up the coins and stay in that corner.
Okay, you get 13 gold.
Owen follows as well to keep pace.
Okay.
And I'll say, looks like our friend is still interested in adventuring tonight.
So be it.
My head kind of tilts back against the wall.
I will then my mage hand open the door,
Okay.
and then have an astral fly through.
You can see this arrangement of coffins lining the inside of this 15 by 25 room, as there are 3 coffins on both sides. Some are bursted open, while the one on the very end seems to have these glistening coins on top of this larger coffin. As you see 3 skeletons standing in a line, rocking back and forth, as you can just hear the small creak of their bones.
Well,
Owen kind of pokes you on the shoulder, and like, whichever way, from where you're like facing, whichever way is towards that, he pokes you. So that he pokes you basically towards the door, because he can't actually push you. The exit.
Oh, yeah. Well, I will... I'm still stealth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Playing into the good old greed. I'm gonna stand right in the middle there
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
and use my stealth as an opportunity to... Oh, wait. I'm gonna...
Triple kill.
Oh, baby. Collateral.
I'm actually gonna... So before I step out, I'm gonna cast Expeditious Retreat on myself.
Okay.
And then I'll step in, and then draw a bow and take fire at the first one. I'll stay one step back.
If he
So
takes
the
fire,
door's open, but I don't want to step into the room.
if he takes fire, Owen will
Assist.
deliver.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead and roll the hit.
I'll stay one. Yeah, that. Oh. All right. That is 22.
22. You got it.
Here we go, boy. 10 damage.
10. Okay. You see the first one drop. Roll for initiative.
Owen as well.
Yes.
Sure.
22.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
24.
24.
Okay, Owen.
Owen's better.
All right, Owen. What?
Okay. So.
You know what? Fuck Owen.
No.
Whoa.
Whoa.
So.
He's amazing.
Owen will be going first as you tense up and place it forward with the open door. As it shatters it right into the nape of the back and it drops. Owen springs into action. What does he do?
Owen mind spikes the individual in the back.
Okay.
Oh, 5 damage and a reduction of 1.
Okay. Okay. So, you see him freeze and then still turn as he whisks back around. What do you do?
Shame. I will fire another bolt.
Okay.
Oh yeah, total 20
Is it one in the front or one in the back?
front.
Okay.
Max damage. We're looking at 14, I believe.
As
Yep,
you launch
14
another one, as he
damage.
spins around, he raises up his shield, plants it, as he shatters backwards.
Ooh. And then I will use my 30 feet of movement and my bonus action to move 60 feet.
Okay.
Thanks to Expeditious Retreat.
Where are you going?
Just out. Oh, not that way. The way I
The way
came.
you can.
1, 2,
Towards us.
Oh yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6.
We're gonna pay.
And then
die.
you
I'll
want
stay,
to-
I'll stay just that far. I'll just wait until he comes through that.
So right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then he's going to take the dodge action as he braces and pushes through the door. So top of the round, you shake him. He tries to brace forward. You launch, kill another one as it tries to begrudgingly step forward and hold in the front of the door. Back to the top. Owen, what are you doing?
Owen's gonna wait for him to start to move,
Okay.
and then he's gonna mind spike him again.
Okay. What do you do?
I am going to.
And he's standing in this one.
I'm gonna move back to this pot
Okay.
here, and then hold my action for when he comes into view. I'll shoot him.
Okay. He's gonna make the save for Mind Spike as he starts to move. He makes it. Okay.
It's a good spell. It's good
Go ahead
report.
and take your shot.
Did you minus 1 to save?
Yes.
24.
Super good.
24? You got him.
All right.
With the gentleman.
10 damage.
10. As he rushes forward, he breaks, turns, and is launched by an arrow. As you get him, and you're able to untense.
All right. I will return to that room.
Owen will scuttle into the room after the skeleton leaves his vision. And,
Okay.
will attempt to pick up the coins.
Okay, you pick up. There we go.
Owen economy.
Oh my god. You keep those.
You pick up 9 gold.
You see the gold hover past you as you enter the room.
I will sort of check each of the coffins, saving the last one or saving the furthest one in the back for last.
You see that only 3 of them have any contents, and they seem to all have the V harness dresses.
No skeletons?
Yes, skeletons wearing the V harness dresses.
Oh, okay. I will. Same with. I'll check the last one then.
As you open it up, you can see what looks to be an X, actually, as the V separates into another section of the harness. And you can see that the skull itself actually has runes sort of stippled into the brow of the skull, but is otherwise left fairly clean. As there is, what's strange to you is that there is no embroidery. It's just the yellow bonds and then green on the X, and this one, the garment goes down to the knees. And you can't see any other decoration other than those runes.
I'll take out one of my books and just scribble down the runes
Okay.
for later. Sorry to disturb you. Close it and take the first step into that altar room with the stone tablet.
Okay.
You can see a floating pile of gold walk down the hallway and pop down in front of us. And it splits 5 for you and 4 for me.
Oh, thanks.
I'll just. What are these destroyed pieces of furniture? Are they chairs?
They're all chairs. They're all these single-person chairs that are nearly identical in carpentry.
Okay. I'm gonna try to re-enter stealth from here.
Okay, go ahead.
17.
Okay.
And then I will have my mage hand. I'll go into that corner there. Wait, can't tell. And then have
This
that. Yeah. What way does that door open?
It opens towards you.
Towards me, so I'll step onto the chair
Okay.
into that space, and then have mage hand open the door.
Mm-hmm.
Have Aster go in and scout at.
You're able to see a larger pile, a much larger pile of gold, placed in front of a statue. This statue is of that same X harness that you were seeing before, but it looks like a gruff, older man,
It looks like a trap.
where the stone itself layers like a veil masking his face, and you kind of marvel at the craftsmanship as it looks like actual shimmering cloth, as this funeral veil is pressed in front of his face, and he is clean shaven, and you can see the folds and wrinkles of his face pressed forward and pressed through this veil as he leans forward with the X across as he hunches. And then there are two skeletons that are just looking up at him.
Okay. I'll have Astrid look at the pile of gold. There don't seem to be any papers in there.
No.
Okay.
As I'm sitting next to you after Owen places the gold, I'll kind of take out my book and begin scrolling down
I will.
a rough map of where we've traveled so far.
Okay. Roll history.
I will stealthily walk into the doorway, and if I attack, would I be able to just attack and then use my movement to get out? Would it be a surprise round?
It would be a surprise round, yeah.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll sit in the doorway and use my bow to take out the one on the right.
Okay.
And I got a 13. I already drew up the first kind of section of the map.
So the basement, from what you can tell, it's kind of rough as you're looking through Owen's eyes and not your own. So you can't really get this huge overlay of it. But you feel like you got the general gist. What'd you get?
21.
Okay.
7 damage.
7. Okay. So as you launch him in the back, both of them turn to you. Roll initiative.
Okay. I will, spend my movement to
Okay.
move back. Oh my god.
How far?
Jesus. 30 feet back. So, I can... 30. That's where...
Okay.
Yeah. And then I got a 22 on initiative.
Okay. So you're going first. Do you
Okay.
hold your action?
Yep.
I'll take it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Yeah. I'll shoot at the one that I already hit.
Okay, that would be... You can't see him right now. You don't have line of sight.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. Then 16.
16. Okay, you got it.
11 damage.
11. As you hold, it launches and you're able to shatter them as they go forward. Do you move at all?
I will...
Can you hear the sounds of them fighting deeper in the cave?
Yep.
Fuck. Okay, then I need to do something.
I will step... I'll take... I see that corner there? Yeah, I'll step right into this square here, and then hold my action again.
3. Okay. 5, and then he will attack you.
Okay.
Okay.
But so will I.
Nope.
Oh, you're lucky.
14 to hit.
No.
Okay.
So he's up. Oh, ready to action, so it's your turn.
Yeah. Trying to go 18 to hit.
You got him.
Alright.
He's at 1.
Oh, right. Alright.
So,
You got it.
as you brush back, you think you're okay. You ready your arrow. And as he rounds the corner a little faster than you expected, and it launches forward, he's able to brace it. He goes and stabs forward. You go back and just with the quarterstaff, and you hear the crick as the skull is just enough off to disassemble, and he falls apart.
This thing's useful. Very versatile weapon. Well, I go and look at the statue.
Okay.
After hearing violence,
Yes.
I'm going to, even though I just got them back, use all of my key points to do the Tasha heal
Okay.
with martial arts die, plus I think level somewhere around?
possible.
How much do you heal?
I'm at 8. I heal 5.
Okay.
And that's an action. So
Gotcha.
after I'll do that by I'm on the stairs, I'll take my jacket off and I'll just kind of put pressure on it and I'll just zone out. I'll just completely center myself.
Okay.
And when I'm done, I'll get up and I'll start walking toward it.
Okay.
I'm gonna examine the statue.
So he's just going to leave me here.
You were interested in the treasure. Come along.
I can barely keep up. I kind of push myself up on the cane.
I'll help. I'll walk with you all.
I will just make sure that the statue doesn't have anything magical about it. Look for
Roll an
traps. Is there any particular reason why they stashed the gold right here? 14.
14. There's nothing magical. There are no traps, but roll a insight.
22.
He's cracked.
With the X and the fact that this statue is of an elderly gentleman, you figure that may be some sort of like family patriarch, or like the head of this family, that when he passed away, in order to pay tribute before it was splintered off, they rested him here, and that the rest of the tomb has been built around this section.
That's cool.
That's money.
Awesome.
Theft.
Is there any name?
None that you can understand. It's Dwarvish.
There is writing.
Yes.
Okay. I'll write it down.
Okay. As you put the paper up to the creases, put it forward, and you get the name.
Okay. And then I will begin to pick up gold.
Okay.
Yes.
Mouth of holding.
Okay. So you guys will be in this little altar section by the time that you are done.
Yeah, I'll be walking in my dress shirt with my jacket over my arm. My other arm is helping you.
Thank you.
No worries. Hopefully this gentleman will be done for the night at some point, if he's still alive.
What time is it now?
It is about 8:30.
This has been like a 10-hour work day of fighting for your life.
I mean, we're getting paid pretty good.
Absolutely amazing pay. A commoner couldn't get this in months.
Years.
So what do you guys do?
Is all the gold picked up?
Yep.
How much was it?
60.
60?
I'll let you
Yep.
in first.
More treasure, it seems.
Oh yeah. Only thing I can't find the papers.
Probably don't get half the dungeon.
Oh yes, we did only go left.
But
Left.
so yeah, I agree. I think we're done for the night.
Is it a dead end from here?
Yes, it's just the statue. I'll do a round of it, go around it, and see if there's nothing like
Roll an investigation.
hidden behind it. No.
I'll use a shape water and just kind of create basically like a little water like tube that kind of rubs the edges of the room to try and like push itself in.
Nothing.
Okay.
Murphy, you said your foot's messed up, right?
Yes.
Are your hands?
No.
Maybe try and draw on them. You're good at that, right?
Draw on the
No.
statue?
I mean, no, draw his face. It might be important.
Oh, okay. I'll open up my book and draw out a picture of the Dwarvish man
Okay.
performance or tools.
Sort of giving up on this room. I'm gonna just investigate the altar.
Okay. Go for it.
I'll stay with him.
Go ahead and roll an investigation.
17.
Unfortunately.
So you can't recreate the spectacle that is the carving of the veil pressing against his face, but you're able to convey that it's there, and you're able to get everything accurately, everything else accurately.
Yeah, looks good.
We're cracked.
Natural 20.
Wow.
Oh my
wow,
god,
wow,
wow.
nerf the gentleman.
Yeah, gentlemen.
You're able to get that this isn't religion, this is culture. As you're able to go through and you see this funerary rite throughout all of it, and it's just the one phrase on the top of the stone slab arched down. So it's traced across the long side, each rune placed on top of each other, right in the middle of it. And you figure that behind you is probably where other family members would sit, and this is where they would greet kids. As in, like, newborns. Based on the arch of the stone. As what you thought was flat is actually this slight curve, so that somebody can lay in it comfortably.
Can I make a quick arcana check on it?
Go for it.
Oh, what?
You're not able to get anything. Because there's so much whizzing around all around you, it's just kind of an overstimulus. And you can't really discern anything there.
I'm just gonna put my back against it, sit, read
Okay. What are you reading?
the copy of the.
Roll an investigation.
Well then,
Alright, Mr. Gentleman.
17.
sort of hit a dead
I'll
end.
tell you what you get after this.
I believe it's about time to be heading back.
Unfortunately.
Yes, I'll be quite honest with you. I'll need about 3 days to heal at the very least, just to wait for this wound to patch up. Unless you want to donate some of your findings to help me go to the doctor. Us librarians don't get paid much.
Well, if we could find our friend, that would be a lot easier. Damn papers. I did find the payment for ARAT.
Oh, I found a piece of it as well. The I showed you before.
Yes,
You only requested 2, right?
correct.
Which means we've got some extra for ourselves.
Which is good. This is also something we should keep from ARAT. We should tell him of everything that we found with it. Mostly just if either of you do come in contact with ARAT again, just tell him that all we found was gold, but that we're not done searching.
Alright.
Yeah, I was just about to say that we should not tell him that we found his payment if we haven't found ours.
After we
Precisely.
all finished looking through everything, I will be selling maps of the dungeon to other people.
I wouldn't. That would just advise them to come looking.
Well, after we found everything,
I wouldn't want to put people in danger like that.
Or to disturb this place any more than it needs to be.
But you know, make your money. It's not my business.
The strange magic that goes on here is enough. Probably be best not to invite more. Well, let's head back up.
Alright.
I think there was one spot of papers lying in the broken bedroom.
Yes.
We'll go check that out real quick.
I'll be waiting for you here. Just come get me when you're done.
You see that it's just more arcane arithmetic.
Scoop it up, save it for later.
Okay.
wizard math times 2.
You can see that it is. This is also in Dwarvish, so.
Alright. I'll cast message to Mobius. Ready to go. You may respond to this message.
I'm coming.
Okay, with a 17, you're able to read that. Capian wasn't really able to do much with the disease for a long time, and most of the first act of the book is him discovering and that you can actually influence bone the same way that you could influence souls, and that bodies are almost synonymous given the right techniques.
Hilarious. What was that? Sinon, what did you say?
Synonymous.
Can I have a definition of
The
that?
same.
Hilarious.
So, like, bodies are the same as souls given the right techniques.
Have you heard of the synonym?
Yes.
Like or as?
And I take it all of you pick up and head out.
Back. Where was that one spot that we had? The left path that we didn't go down? Or I guess the right path that we didn't go?
It was at the very, very, very beginning.
Yes, it was right. It was right here.
Whoa, that looks epic.
I know we went down here a little bit.
We only
you,
saw the
You
fancy.
know about this. That's it.
You know about those
so,
first two.
so you know about the first two rooms of the right path right after you go in. Okay?
Maybe we did the hard one first.
Make deck saves to get over the spike pit.
I will.
The last spike pit. The ladder's there, so you have advantage.
Okay. I will go back to the other one where we picked up the crates and retrieve the extra ladder.
Okay.
So, because that's just to the chests, which we already cleared. So we'll just have that ladder for the next spike trap we find.
Okay.
And then we exit. Okay.
Hilarious.
Cracked.
Okay, we're cracked. We're fine.
Yeah, I'm cracked.
I'll wait for you both to cross over and just be ready if I may slip at the end. Really, the hard part's getting off the ladder.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Yeah. You won't need the help.
It is going to be 10.
Oh, 10. Meets it, beats it. You just get it. So as you go and shift over, you're about to fall, and the two of them are like, nope, not again. They just scoop you up and over.
Yep, you're fine. You okay? Yep. It's time to go home.
So,
The opposite of Indiana Jones. PTSD from spike traps.
You see snakes and be like,
Yeah.
you guys are at the entrance. What do you do?
we exit. I'll see through Owen's eyes and have him look at the exit and see if there's anybody waiting for us.
Ooh. Right.
As you roll a perception.
Dark vision.
Shattered.
Absolutely earth shattering. 15.
You look out and you don't see any person waiting,
Bad
Okay.
answer.
Very bad answer.
Please make 15
but
dread saves.
you can see a very familiar figure
The goat
as the crimson red goat peeks forward and stares into the doors.
Owen will very, at a very quick rate approach the goat man,
Okay?
staying as close to the brush as possible.
Okay.
And once he gets within touching distance, he will just caress the goat man's neck.
Roll an intimidation.
Epic prank.
Alright.
35.
Imagine coming across
12.
a door to a crypt, and then you're just all of the hair on your legs just gets moved.
So,
Oh,
as
I mean, he's a
you
goat man.
press Owen's hands into the fur of his very Billy Kid neck.
At the first, it's like very caressing, but then it like gropes over
And then
his Adam's apple and starts like press inwards.
And as soon as you do that, he's and then sprints off into a new direction.
Oh. Not
Cheers,
towards
Saul. We're just
How
for the
fast
tour
is he?
again.
Because Owen's just as fast.
No, Owen's second faster.
Oh.
And then I'll allow Owen to just fully dissipate.
Okay. What do you guys do?
I got rid of the gunman. We can go out now.
Who? The monster that you chased?
It was
around
this-
the woods?
The same one.
Yes.
Oh, so it's fine.
What do you mean he's a monster?
Why was he? He's just curious.
If we can, we should stay as much as far away from him as we can.
I know. I'm scared him off.
No, yeah, that's good, that's good.
Just mind spike instantly.
You're running. You're one. You're one.
And down.
Got him.
So,
And I'll begin to exit the crypt.
okay.
I'll help you walk.
Thank you for all the help, Mobius.
Oh, thank you for yours. Couldn't have navigated this without you. Let's get you rested.
Normally, Owen just helps me pick out books from high shelves. I didn't realize how useful he could be.
Well, he seems a lot better than a glorified bookmark, let me tell you.
I stand at the entrance, still looking at inside of that purple light, and a few days' time, we'll be back. And I use Mage Hand to try and shut the door.
As you feel the stone slowly just
You punch your mage hand.
it presses again and you turn away. And you all feel dissatisfied yet fulfilled. You know there's more and you're hungry for it. But you got through quite a bit. And you're ready to keep going. Tomorrow.
3 days.
Or more.
In 8 hours.
Yeah.
Where do you guys go to crash?
While we're still like right outside the crypt. Gentlemen, I don't think it's an amazing idea that I crash at the place where I committed a heinous crime.
No, I agree.
So
You
if
shouldn't.
either
If you'd
of
like
you,
to,
if
Should we
either,
do this place? Why? There's many extra spare beds around at the library's sanctorium. Most people don't use them anymore. I can just dust it off if you really need a spot.
you knew too well. You would be too quick to be a suspect if people even start looking elsewhere with him. No worries.
I know Roberto, okay?
I know, but he was a business partner. Who knows if he was a competitor? You
Was he?
understand?
the only competitor was someone I was also in business with. So, unless they saw it as an opportunity to lengthen the project and hopefully get more money out of it. I don't understand why.
Also,
Would, at least from my understanding, they were friendly rivals.
right. Also,
Been here for years.
I just thought of this. So you remember that man that I described to you, and you remember seeing a similar like figure around town?
Yeah, he was in the Laughing Dog.
Right. Is it,
No, criminal, yeah?
yeah, but is it possible that he's just? I mean, he's a shady character. Is he part of that guard you mentioned? I mean, there's no way we would know, right? Maybe she did something wrong.
He might be.
Not
Maybe
to
she
pin
did.
that on her, but to be optimistic.
So maybe she did, but honestly, let's hope that that's not the case.
Did you say you want to be optimistic about a murder?
I'd like to be optimistic in general.
Okay. Just weird phrasing.
Well, good job. It was a long day, and hopefully Soleil is going to be alive and as bitter as ever sometime soon.
I think we'll find him very quickly, to be honest. He should just sprout up anywhere, really.
he's old. I don't know. Hopefully he's okay. We tried our best.
He might be in the sign that we haven't explored yet.
There's no point in us killing ourselves to try and find him now.
Well, at least you left the door wide open for him. If he decides to leave, if he's still in there.
Well, if he's still in there, and I'll cast message in a couple different areas to see if it connects with him.
No. It's like grasping at a doorknob in the dark, and you just can't really find it.
Try to plug in your phone.
Mhm.
You're laying in bed, it's like, please.
You have to be in correctly the first time, but just like 5 degrees off, so it doesn't want to go in. Maybe correct it in at least 5 minutes. It's painful.
So where do you guys go?
Yeah, just head back to my.
Okay. So you head back to your hotel room?
Yep.
Oh, would you like to grab a meal before we go to sleep?
Honestly, I would love to have sleep for dinner. I do not care. It's up to you.
It's fine by me as well.
Before we separate. Let's see.
Something interesting?
Oh, you're both magicians, or whatever they call you. Do you have anything aside from practical tools that can fix my jacket?
I could fill a hole with ice.
I admire the attempt.
I would have fixed the hole in mine. I whipped it up.
Very fair.
Spiked that one through my
very,
back.
very fair.
If you follow me back to my hotel room, I have a scroll or two that help with it.
And the giant gash in the back of my hat.
How about we just do that tomorrow?
That's fine by me.
Alright, let's get you home.
Let's get you back as well.
We will live.
And as you head back to the library, do you give him his own room? I mean, there's only one bed in yours, so...
Yeah. I'll kind of motion him to one like right across the way that hasn't been used in a while.
Yeah.
And
Just an empty one. You can see a minor bit of cobwebs, except for a small trail leading towards the window.
I will bask in the glory of it is not my responsibility to clean this and not care and lay down.
And then you go back to your room.
as like I let you walk in behind you, I just kind of go, Mobius.
Oh, yes. I'm like putting my stuff on the table and all that.
To be quite honest with you, thank you for putting up such a great fight. I haven't had to fight beside somebody in such a long time.
If it means anything, I feel the same way. Thank you. You get better though, so we can do more of that, okay?
Definitely. There's something I think I should share with you.
Sure. Did you... I shouldn't say that here. Go on.
I kind of close the door behind me. This isn't anything strange. Well, it's kind of strange. But it's something that's always been a bit strange about me.
Go on.
And I'm not exactly sure why.
You're talking to a Batman.
That's true.
So, no offense to myself, I'm not very popular around here in terms of my species. So go on. No judgment to a man that saved my life today.
I kind of spread out my sleeves and rub my hands together as the pigment in my skin begins to turn very pale.
You have an iron deficiency?
As it kind of goes clearer and clearer into almost a pure white. And as it passes over the rest of my body, the short beard stubble begins to pop and disappear from my face. My hair falls out, and my nose, mouth, and eyes become very basic and standard, and the color of my iris disappears as well.
We'll take a step back. Do I know what that is?
Roll an Arcana.
Ooh, that's a very...
On a lighter note, I did not get to say what I was.
Oh. So before the
Before.
before the E3 reveal,
Before the E3 reveal, but I do have your pay, and I give you each 40 gold.
Points now.
Have a good night. Don't spend it all in one place. Or do whatever. Do whatever. You're adults. See you in the morning.
Washing books with this.
And that is my separation point.
Back to the E3.
Back to the free trade. Sorry for the interruption.
We'll be right back.
Back to your scheduled program.
I got a 14
Okay.
on Arcana.
Do I know what it is?
He reminds you of. He's not a greater form. He looks like a lesser doppelganger.
Like the monster. Like I know what the monster is.
Yes, based on the bestiaries of the Gilmores, he seems to exude properties of a doppelganger.
So, are you a beast? Are you a doppelganger?
I'm no monster.
I'm
My
not-
accent is gone.
That's incredible. I'm not calling you a monster. I'm just saying.
I've just always kind of been this way.
Your voice. So, is this what you actually look like?
Well, I don't really see this as who I am anymore.
So, is this Murphy, or is Murphy someone else? Am I still talking to Murphy?
Well, Murphy's my last name. I normally go by Helios. Kind of like this.
You sound a lot more significant like that.
Well, it's just how it's been for me.
Okay, so do you want me to call you that?
No. Should we be with everyone else? Just refer to me as Murphy as normal. I wanted to share this with you because I'm not sure how I feel about the gentleman. I just wonder
How
if
so?
he has some other need that's going on behind the shop.
Plans with it.
Schemes. He may be called the gentleman, but he's just a businessman. And I have a good feeling he has our best interests in mind. And if he doesn't, then I imagine we'll find out rather quickly. He seems like a genuine man, and if he isn't, then so be it. At least we got to meet along the way.
True. I've just experienced with those that are most genuine have the most bleak thoughts behind their face.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, both of us looking like this, if I could, I'd change too. It'd be nice, but you don't have to. I'm sure that, well, maybe not the simplest people, but I'm sure the gentleman wouldn't mind knowing. What are you? That sounded rude, but what can you be, per se?
Well, like you just saw, I can transform into many things. It's part of the reason I draw the people, so I can remember how they look. As you see my skin turn a palish gray and black, I hunch over and look like you.
Improvement. Do my accent. No, I'm sorry.
The clothes are still pretty difficult. I need to purchase those.
I mean, it's you can do this with anybody.
I mean, yes. I'll transform my face into Roberta's.
Okay, bad timing, but incredible. Wait, that could be extremely useful.
I mentioned this before. I wanted to try and tell you of my ability to do this, but to speak of it in the woods.
You have many talents, Helios. I admire your trust in me, for we have just met. But I appreciate it. I won't say a word. It's your responsibility to tell them.
Kind of tighten my hat, and as my hand moves away from my face, my pigment returns and my hair grows out.
Do you mind? Sorry.
Thank you for keeping my secret. I do appreciate it.
Of course, Murphy. If you don't mind, who is this?
The person I've always been is what it seems like.
I'm sure.
I just like being Murphy more than anybody else. And I kind of walk out of the room.
Good night, Murphy.
Good night, Brent.
Insight. Natural 1. What a good guy.
I'm tired, and he goes to sleep.
Okay.
I will get my old man reading glasses and read, and probably get nothing and then go to bed.
Oh, I will do the same.
So both of you read, and you
I massage my ankle as I go to sleep.
go to sleep. Roll investigation. What are you reading?
Skeletons Bloom.
Hustler.
He's hustling.
15.
15. So, considering your profession, you look for something more useful, and you find what could be the most potent spell you have found yet.
Summon
It's
crack.
a lot. It's a lot like Spinal Whip. However, this one is more central. It seems like it takes your ribs and forces them out of your body. However, in the process, they shift into these large wings
How absolutely disgusting.
that allow you to fly, and if necessary, shoot them as ballistic projectiles.
Alright.
If necessary. Only if necessary.
However, if you do shoot them, they are one off, and the spell ends.
And then you need to get
Wait,
new ribs.
Do you get new ribs?
And as you read the spell, it seems very fitting as it's wings of death.
So now I'm kidding.
So you cast it.
I just want to see what it does. I feel this is necessary.
I
I just
know,
wanted to
it's-
see what's up here.
And then you go to sleep. Okay, roll investigation.
And I accidentally cast it. Very cool.
You're reading Bloom, right?
Yeah, I don't get anything.
What you get?
I got a 6. I fall asleep.
As you try to go to sleep, you reach your head back, and as you're putting away the book, you take off your glasses, lean, and you feel your shoulder. As you hear
Give me a second.
what a woman crying in the corner. You look and there's nothing. You feel a slight amount of panic as it feels muffled behind the door.
Sweetheart, are you okay?
Nice old man. Gonna stand up, put my slippers on.
Fuck the mood.
Who is it?
Door shakes a little bit.
I'm gonna pray to. I'm gonna put my hand against the door,
Okay.
and I'm going to pray to Soleil's God.
Are you sure?
To put my hand against the door? Or to pray?
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'll pray for her.
Roll a percentile.
You know what I mean by that? Like,
Yeah.
I want to like
Yep.
ease whoever this is. 81.
What do you say? As you step closer and closer to the door, then you gently place your hand on it. It seems to get louder.
Though my tongue is not as silver as a priest, ease this child's pain. For if I cannot bear my own, I wish she to have the strength to do so. I'll take a step back.
You hear as somebody's trying to force the doorknob open. As you hear and it's pressing forward.
I'm gonna walk over to.
Is it possible that this wakes me up?
No.
Okay. Walk over to my desk. I'm gonna sit down at the chair. Take a big breath.
I'm going to take a piece of paper. Imagine there's paper.
Yeah.
Dear gentlemen, today was a fantastic day. However, I may be gone tomorrow.
Oh, someone rapping at my chamber door.
I seem to have, and I put quotations, pissed something off. I do not wish for you to be involved. Please, I wish you the best. You have given me some of the greatest adventures of my old life. Mobius Gilmore. Does it stop?
Yeah.
Pox on it. He pisses. I'll stand up. I will reach into my jacket, put a little Gilmore pendant on it, and put it on a piece of paper.
Okay. As you do, you see a taller, gruff man, the same man, with a scar going up his chin in fluted plate. Now complete. As he holds a helmet.
Drip.
And he just simply seems like you're ready to go. And he begins to walk.
Do you not want to go inside?
No. And then he keeps walking.
Gonna walk to my bed. I'm gonna put my jacket down there. Tuck in my shirt, tie in my belt. Do a little cat stretch. Leave my notebook on the desk and I'll walk in.
Okay. And that's the end of session 4.
Hilarious!
Thanks for joining us. We went a lot over the time, so we won't ask any questions in chat. You know, not that there was any. But we're glad that you could join us, and hopefully you can catch us next time on the Halloween event. Same time, it'll be 8, and we will not have a stop time. We will go probably since Hayes will probably go until either 8 a.m. or 6, one of the two. We'll go for a long time after. And expect that to be action-packed. Unfortunately, Mobius will not be able to join you for the event. However, he will pick off in his own spin-off sessions, depending on how long the event runs. For the full VOD of this session, you can go to our YouTube, same name. Link should be in the Twitch description, or our Twitch bio, and it should be up next Friday at 6 for the full session. If you have any questions about what's going on, world, characters, DM the Instagram. I can get them to our players, and if it's anything general, I can answer them. And yeah, hope to catch you next time.
Well, it's great to have you. Bye.
What?